Oh, that one came way in. A few more waves out the back. Still get, boys. Still get. Good morning and welcome to all of you watching on the beach here and also on thehuishootout.com and watermanleague.com. We are here for day number 3 of the Hui Shootout in commemoration of Duke Pauoa Kahanamoku. The waves are 4 to 8 feet. Kaimana Henry and Team Volcom getting ready to surf their round number 3. So this morning it is round 3 for all of our teams. Team Fox in the water right now. And so far with just some small scores for Team Fox, nothing that will be being added significantly to their total. But we started this morning about 9 a.m. Hawaiian Standard Time. Once again, want to welcome all of you watching on thehuishootout.com and watermanleague.com as somebody sneaks through a pipe barrel. One of the Walsh brothers. And so Ian Walsh out there for Team Fox with Damian Hobgood. And Bruce Irons was part of the Fox team for the first 2 rounds. Unable to make it today. And right there in the middle of the lineup is Bruce Irons' replacement, Makana, the Gift Pang. And Makana's already got 1 wave, actually 2 waves that he rode during the heat today. I believe that was Ian Walsh at backdoor. There's our judges, along with contest director and spotters up there doing the tough work of watching these guys go for barrel after barrel after barrel. On our previous day of competition, we saw a few perfect 10s. As we see Damian Hobgood coming out. So Damian Hobgood, best wave for Team Fox here in round 3 so far. We'll give you that score when it comes in. But the shootout format calls for several rounds of surfing with your best 3 individual rides counting towards your total. So you could have all of your best waves in one heat. You could have all of your best waves in a later heat. You could have a couple of waves counting from each heat. So not your conventional format, which I know a lot of our surfers and spectators appreciate. It gives more opportunity for being patient for the really good waves and getting really good, excellent scores. We had some scores in the 10-point range on last Saturday. And we'll give you the score from Damien Hobgood, and that wave for Damien Hobgood is a 6.67. So just to give you an idea of the scale the judges are working with today, that first wave of Damien Hobgood at backdoor, a 6.67. Or at least that first decent ride of the morning. DK Walsh got a 5.17 on a pipe wave a few minutes ago. 8 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. For those of you just visiting and hanging out on the beach today, spectating, please heed the warning signs put up by the lifeguards. No swimming. And very strong currents today. High surf. We should have surf all the way through the weekend in the advisory range, advisory level. That means currents and waves will be crashing hard all over the North Shore, as we saw someone on their backhanded backdoor. I believe that was Damien Hobgood. Six minutes, 40 seconds, 6:40 remaining. Thank you to Hawaiian Water Patrol giving assistance to our competitors all throughout the event. Water Patrol directing Damien Hobgood. Hey, put your board on top of the sled all the way, bro. Damien's like, I don't want to buckle my board, dude. No worry, I'll go drive slow. So just so you know, the judges are doing their best to get the names right. But if at all your team has a spotter to get up and help the judges, because there are no competition jerseys in this event, and judges need to write down scores pretty quickly, especially during those flurries. We don't want to hand out the wrong score to the right guy. I mean, the wrong score to the wrong guy. We want to keep the right scores to the right guys. Makana Pang falling out of the sky. 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes in Heat 1, Round 3. The Hui Shootout in memory of Duke Pauoa Kahanamoku and 50-year celebration of the first Duke Invitational in 1965. That was over at Sunset Beach, and now we are competing here at Pipeline and Backdoor. Oh, mean set on the outside. Is he going to get here in 3 minutes? Time remaining in this heat, 3 minutes. Oh my goodness. How's this set right here? 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Capping at second reef, the roll in. But right here on the inside, it is Damo Hobgood. Oh, had to go on that one. Go, Makana. Where you stay, Hawaiian? Damo's all good. So Damian Hobgood's okay. He had to give that one a shot. That was the biggest, best, one of the biggest and best pipe waves we've seen all morning. Sakai, you just gotta go, eh? Gotta try. More waves coming with 1 minute remaining. Team Volcom on standby. Team Quicksilver in heat number 3. Then Team Ruka. Then the North Shore Surf Shop. Followed by Red Bull, the Hui Surf Wax, and Team Hurley. And airdropping, Makana Pang goes down. Johnny Angel on the beach. Aloha, good morning. How's it? Come on, bro, do the two-wheeler. "25 seconds. That is the end of heat number 1. Team Fox. Damian Hobgood with a high score of a 6.67. DK Walsh, the next highest score for Team Fox with a 5.17. So mediocre round for Team Fox. All right, heat number 2 underway. Team Volcom in the water right now. Tom Doslin, Gavin Beshin, Dave Wassel, and Kaimana Henry. Heat number 3, check in. Team Quicksilver. Team Quicksilver, check in. I know that's Reef McIntosh. I think Kaino Igarashi. Who else is on that one? I don't know the names up here, but Mumbai, go get them. So, round 3 for Team Fox is in the books. I believe we're trying to get 5 rounds in of surfing total. If we have at least 1 round in today with a 35-minute heats for round 3 and a 9 o'clock start, that gets us to about 1:30 or so. Not sure if there's going to be enough time for a round 4 after that. But then we do have 2 more days of possible cherry picking for the last day, tomorrow and Saturday. And could be a possible full day of competition either tomorrow or Saturday to get closer to wrapping up this year's 2015 The Hui Shootout in memory of Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku here at Backdoor and Pipeline. And when we can, throughout the day, we'll try to get you some updates of the first 2 rounds for the individual standings as well as our team standings. And I think those are available online for you too. Here we go, up and riding. That is Dave Wassel. Just a quick check-in and check-out. And a replay of last of Dave Wassel. Just a nice drop and a kick out. Oh, was that a bomb, or is that thunder, or is that somebody super hungry for breakfast over there? I don't know. That sounded like a bomb. Doing some testing somewhere. Here we go. This is Tom Doslin. Tom at backdoor, and that one just shuts down, and he punches through the back of the wave. I got to say mahalo to Mauliola Foundation and Ambu Genetics. They are a contributing sponsor here at the Hui Shootout in memory of Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku. Go to mauliola.org to find out more how you can get involved with helping kids and adults with cystic fibrosis. and a whole lot of other genetic diseases and illnesses that Mauliola helps with, getting those who suffer with those illnesses, getting them in the water, improving their quality of life, and also for kids with cystic fibrosis, it actually helps treat their illness. So surfing actually does do a lot of healing through the Mauliola Foundation at mauliola.org. Here comes something, Team Volcom, swinging on the outside. Not sure if that's going to make it into the pipe area. Just kind of on that edge between off the wall and back door. Swinging over more towards OT Dubs, and Barros is going. Here we go, pipeline wave right out front. Kaimana Henry stalling, pulling in, and has to battle through that exit and won't come out. And a guy with the stature of Kaimana, if he doesn't make it out, was probably pretty unmakeable. Time remaining, 27 minutes, 45 seconds, 27:45. Team Quicksilver should be getting checked in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Never mind over there handing the judges money before you go out, Team Quicksilver. Just because they stay inside your yard. Here we go, more waves out the back. We'll see if this one might provide an opportunity for our surfers at pipe. Nobody getting that one off the wall. And this one pretty deep at pipe, no takers, but over at OT Dubs. Oh, falling out of the sky. Water Patrol, Lifeguards, Coast Guard, everybody check on that guy. Here we go. Up and riding is Tom Doslin at pipe and in and out. J Squared coming out it off the wall. Here we go out in front. Tucking in at pipe, Gavin Beshin. Having a look. Looks like Kaimana. Tucking in, getting barreled, sticking it in there, but cannot come out. Just gets upended on that end section. Here we go, Tom Doslin at back door, pumping. And comes out for one of the better rides of this heat for Team Volcom. And Teepee's out the back. Oh, my Lord. Who's going to get it? And that one really didn't provide much of a gaping barrel, so wisely no takers on that one. 24 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. 24-15. And a reminder to competitors, we are running 35-minute heats today. 35 minutes. I believe you can catch as much waves as you like. More sets coming in. Conditions are pretty pristine this morning. Just a light side offshore breeze. Kind of like a southwest direction. This one's swinging over. Gavin Beshin looking at backdoor, but going to go pipeline. There's not much there for Gavin. On thehuishootout.com, there's a great shot of the beach looking from the shoreline up to the judges' area, the Quicksilver House, and the JOB house next door with Volcom House Bravo right there, and then Volcom House Alpha, where we're looking actually down towards the stretch, looking towards off the wall. See the scores on the board. Just 3.5 for Tom Doslin's backdoor wave. Gavin Beshin, a high score of a 193. Kaimana Henry, a high score of a 157. And Dave Wassel, just the one ride of a 1.0. 21 minutes, 45 seconds remain. Off the wall left, that notorious section right there. Shut D. Well, there's another one at off the wall. Couldn't set the rail. And that guy couldn't commit. $20 minutes, 10 seconds, time remaining. Something smells ono down below. Mm-hmm. Aloha down on the beach. Good morning. Aloha kakahiaka, and welcome to day number 3 officially of the Hui Shootout at Backdoor in memory of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku. And the whistles are for some sets on the outside. Day 1, we saw all kinds of competition: body surfing, bodyboarding, longboarding, and stand-up paddle surfing. Day number 2 was 2 rounds of shortboard, amazing pipeline surfing and backdoor. And day 3 right now features some epic waves coming through with plenty of time remaining. Let's check it out. Wasselhoff drops in. Dave Wassel, Team Volcom, standing tall. Comes out. Bottom turn, tucks into one more, the 2-for-1 special. And Gavin Beshin on the outside, looking for the big one-hit wonder. All the way down the line and comes out. So there are the 2 best waves so far of the morning during the competition. Of course, pre-contests, we saw tons of great rides, but here we go. Dave Wassel on the replay. Tucks in, makes that one easily, and bottom turns, installs into barrel number 2. So getting barreled once and coming out on a wave is quite impressive and good fun. Yeah, boys. Aloha. Good morning. You guys on camera. Brother Eli, Isaiah, Makairem. At Volcom House Bravo. North Shore Surf Shop team looking on, getting ready. Coming up in heat number 5. But getting barreled twice on a wave is that much more fun, and we'll see how the score comes in for Dave Wassel. You can either get 2 barrels on one wave or just get one long one like Gavin Beshin. That wave spit multiple times, and he was able to come out clean. Stand by for scores of Gavin Beshin and Dave Wassel. Meanwhile, more sets out the back. More towards off the wall. We'll see if one could swing over on the edge of pipe. Possibly the one further outside. Here's the first forerunner on the way inside, then the second wave, and then number 3 out there is going to swing over towards pipe and give somebody possibly an unreal opportunity at a left. And a right if you're over there, but all surfers paddling over this one. Kind of had a weird bend at pipe on that one. It didn't open up totally all the way. So wisely, no takers on that one. Last score for David Wassel, a 5.33. Wassel scores a 5.33. Last score for Gavin Beshin, a 7.73. Last of Gavin Beshin, his big score was a 7.73. May the wave heal us all. Mauliola Foundation. Check out mauliola.org. MAULIOLA.org. Just how it's spelled there on the tent and on the signs that you see around. Mauliola.org to see how you can get involved, or to see if you'd like to be diagnosed. We do have Ambry Genetics that do unreal diagnostics and offer their services to anybody and everybody who wishes to be tested and diagnosed. Please inquire at mauliola.org. Kahea Makua Keli'i on the camera orea. Yeah. Brother Ian in the background. Billy over there too. Carlos talking story this morning. Classic. The days of a bachelor. So good fun. Time remaining, 13 minutes. 13 minutes remaining. In heat number 2, Team Volcom. Heat number 3 should be checked in. That's Quicksilver. And then Team Ruka coming up, followed by North Shore Surf Shop, Red Bull, the Hui Surf Wax, then Team Hurley. And I believe round 3 would be all we have time for today. I'd like to welcome Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you, Rocky. So, yeah, that is the aim for today, to get through this round number 3. And then we're going to do some math, Rock, and we'll end up with our top 16 surfers. And those top 16 will be competing in another 2 rounds. And that's how we're going to have our individual champion crown there here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Volcom in the water right now with 12 minutes counting down.
Oh, the Israel Surf Club being sported right there. Riding since 1960.
So big shouts out to all of our surf family out there in Israel. Actually, quite a bit of rippers that I've seen come out of the region.
Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv, yeah. Johan, if you're watching, yeah, how's it?
Also Ishmael, shout out to you. Here we go. Some waves approaching with 10 minutes, 45 seconds. So far, Gavin Beshin with the highest wave for Team Volcom in round 3. That is the 7.73 backdoor wave.
Christian, you don't get us now. You don't get
and here we go. This is Tom Doslin pumping it back door, and he comes out. So deep one for Tom Grom, and coming through.
Yeah. Tom Mann is going to be he's going to be chalking up a score right there and probably put it into the score bank. That was a well-ridden backdoor barrel for Tom Doslin.
We'll check in for that score in a few minutes. Replays Tom, that section right there closes down, and he just has to give it one more pump. And does a good job.
Nice. Bean Dip liked it. He just texted me in. Bean Dip from Arnett just said that was an awesome ride. He's catching the webcast right now. So, yeah. Good morning, Bean. The Big Dipper.
Mm-hmm.
Bean Dip.
Got more tortilla chips, bro. Ready for goal.
All right, so we're on standby for that last score for Tom Doslin. 9 minutes counting down in the Volcom Heat. Coming up next, the good people from Quicksilver.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of Quicksilver, Rocky, well, we're going to get back to that. We got some wave action right now.
Yep, on the outside. Oh, look at Dave Wassel dropping into a monster. And just no speed at the bottom.
Yep.
That wave shuts down, but
that's going to be a stringer test right there. Leash test, stringer test.
That's going to test a few things.
Let's see what it comes up with. There we got Reef McIntosh getting ready for the Quicksilver Heat. Going to be coming up next, 35-minute heat, so going to be plenty of time for our teams. And let's get a replay, Rocky. Dave.
So late drop and not much more he could do besides stay in the barrel. Sometimes called the safest place to be on a wave like that.
Yeah. He's testing that glass job there. Riding one of those Ron Meeks surfboards. Dave Wassel.
Last score for Tom Doslin. 803. Last of Tom Doslin was an 803. So Tom now moves into position with the best wave of the Volcom Heat for round 3 with that 803.
So there we go. As expected, that score is going to go into the score bank, and that's going to help Tom Doslin's math. Of course, the goal of all these surfers in these first 3 rounds, finish in the top 16 of 3 waves, cumulative score there. That's going to be the math, and the top 16 riders are going to advance on into our grand final, and that's going to be another 2 rounds for those 16 surfers.
Yeah, that should be a gnarly grand final, but we got to get there first and get through round 3. And here comes something peeking up on the edge between pipe and back door. This one going to be possibly just quite shouldery, so no takers.
How cool would it be if this whole setup was turned that way?
Here we go. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. 4:50 on the clock. And sets coming in at pipe for Team Volcom. And actually, these not going to do much. We have a looker on the inside. It is Tom Grom, just a quick in and out. Meanwhile, at off the wall, somebody chancing him.
All right, so 3 minutes, 45 seconds counting down, and the story for the Volcom Heat looks like Tom Donaldson with a keeper of 8.03. Looks like Gavin Beshin has a semi-keeper there with a 7.73. And Dave also, his high score right now in this heat of 5.33. And then Kaimana Henry being very selective in the barrel, back door, traveling. That's Gavin Beshin with that signature style. And right behind him, Kaimana Henry. So a couple of nice waves being ridden there. And the judges will give them some scores with 2 minutes, under 3 minutes, counting down 2 minutes 55 for Volcom. Quicksilver, you guys can paddle out anytime. And heads up, Ruka, you're going to be right after the Quicksilver heat. Again, 35-minute heats today, round number 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout in reverence and remembrance of Duke Kahanamoku. And it looks like this heat's going to finish off with a flurry. A couple more minutes on the clock and more wave action hitting the reef here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Hawaiian Water Patrol streaking through there, picking up all of our competitors and shuttling them back out. On the paddle, there's going to be Dave Wassel taking a look at backdoor and says, "Nah, that one is not for me. We're going to hold position." And here we got a nice replay of that barrel for Gavin Beshin. And a nice little live shot of the beautiful Aloha Thursday we have here at Ehukai, the Bonsai Pipeline. All right, down to 1 minute 30 seconds. And maybe a couple more waves for the Volcom crew. Oh, and Kaimana Henry looking for an exit there, but just gets shut down. He's up really quickly. He's going to have to check the board. Under a minute, 50 seconds. So this might be all she wrote for Volcom, but great surfing by Tom Donaldson, Gavin Beshin, Dave Wassel, and Kaimana Henry.
We'll see if this set can reach our surfers in time. Team Quicksilver standing by also. And 25 seconds remaining. Oh, and Kaimana Henry scores one. Oh, sorry, Dave Wassel scores one at the buzzer. So Wassel getting another barrel under his belt to add to his total. Stand by for start of heat number 3. Stand by. Team Quicksilver, stand by. And here we go. That is the start. And right off the bat, pipe and backdoor being utilized. That's Gavin Beshin coming in from the previous heat for Team Volcom on the left at pipe. That looked like Noah Mizuno at backdoor. And Cole Rothman also is out there for Team Quicksilver. Team Ruka, stand by and get ready. Team Ruka, get ready to check in your heat number 4.
So there we go on your screen. You can see that is Team Quicksilver with Reef McIntosh, Cole Rothman, Kanoa Igarashi, and Noah Mizuno. They got their 35-minute heat, Rocky, and looks like we might have a little wave action right here. Let's see if someone's going to get it started.
Yep.
For Team Quicksilver.
Yep.
Kanoa Igarashi, backdoor, barrel, traveling, and out. So nice way to start his 35-minute heat. That wave was exactly like Southside Huntington Pier.
Precisely.
Just like it. Here we go. Play. Young man from California in and out of the barrel nicely. So score that for Kanoa Igarashi. So talking about Quicksilver a little bit, we might have some action next week. Right now on the charts, we got a big old, look at this guy coming in, the Wasselhoff. Dave Wassel, great surfing out there, Dave.
Awesome barrels. Let's see what that last score was. The heat had already changed, but it was probably one of the better scores of the heat.
Yeah, I'm going to say Dave got a couple of keepers out there, so he'll be looking good right now for that top 16 finish. And what do you earn for that top 16 finish? You earn 2 more rounds at Pipeline with just 3 of your friends. So that's how we're going to do the grand final.
Here we go, paddling over towards pipe. It looks like Reef McIntosh having a look at this one, and he's just going to go give it a tester. Drops in, comes around the corner, vertical bash, and that wave unloads its guts. Here we go. Looks like Igarashi again on the inside at back door, tucking in and threading through. And here we go, dropping in, grabbing rail. Looks like Noah Mizuno. And Noah. A nice little backhand barrel.
Wow, what a treat for Kanoa Igarashi and Noah Mizuno to come out here. Uncrowded lineup and just get some great waves. So good opportunity for the two young surfers. And even the bonus of, looks like Steve Machin coming over and grabbing you if you want and shuttling you back out through the channel.
Dream sessions with perfect waves, only a couple guys out, and jet ski rides back to the lineup.
And there we go. With a replay of last of Kanoa Igarashi and another replay.
Noah Mizuno. He gets a barrel. Oh, sorry, that's Koa Rothman.
That was Cole Rothman.
So Koa with the backdoor wave. And a score coming through. As well as for Kanoa Igarashi. And here is Reef McIntosh. And Reef doing well on that wave. And on the outside, more backdoor opportunities.
All right, so time check, 27 minutes and 45 seconds. Nice peak coming through here. Noah Mizuno taking a look at it. Cole Rothman saying, "No, I'll go." Pulls in, little side slip in the barrel, deep, and comes out. So score that for Cole Rothman. Well executed. Right under the lip on that takeoff. And great barrel ride for the young North Shore native.
Scores coming in for Kanoa Igarashi, a 4.1 and a 3.43. Previous score of Cole Rothman comes in at a 2.67. Stand by for his last score. Reef McIntosh's wave still coming through.
As we check out a replay, look at Cole Rothman losing the fins a little bit, side slipping in the barrel, disappears completely and comes out. So the judges are going to like that. Anytime these guys completely disappear in the barrel, that's exactly what the criteria is calling for. So we'll be on standby for that last score for Cole Rothman.
And it comes in at a 5.43. Last score for Cole Rothman was a 5.43. Last score for Reef McIntosh, a 5.77. Last of Reef McIntosh, a 5.77. Last of Cole Rothman, a 5.43.
And there's our media, our cameramen all checking it out, along with some of our spectators, Eli Olsen, Eric Olsen, and Love. You guys are all on TV right now, webcast. Smart-looking hat, Love.
TheHuiShootout.com and WatermanLeague.com. That's where you can catch the action, I believe, on Surfline.com as well.
Reef McIntosh in the barrel, disappears, spit.
Oh.
I thought he was going to come out of that because he's Reef McIntosh, but not quite on that one. Still plenty of time. 25 minutes left in this 35-minute heat. Ruka, you guys are up next.
Yep, Team Ruka, get ready. Off the Wall has been producing. Here we go at backdoor. Kanoa Igarashi pulls in and makes another barrel. So 3 in a row for young Kanoa from California.
So we'll see. It'd be interesting to see if Kanoa is going to stick around on his Hawaiian Sanjor. We back-to-back waiting periods after this Hui backdoor shootout. We have a pro junior event happening at Sunset Beach. So a lot of the youngsters probably going to be sticking around for that event, which should be a great one. But right now, all eyes on the Bonsai Pipeline here at our third day of the Hui Backdoor Shootout in remembrance and reverence for Duke Kahanamoku. On the paddle, looks like Koa Rothman pulling in deep. Little whirlpool section, has to get through that. And no exit for Rothman.
Yeah, that one was a little shaky on the start, and the wave didn't really cooperate that much. Had a little bit of a rib in the face. And could not negotiate the rest of that barrel through, but Cole's got a couple of good ones already. And here we're going to check out a replay of the last of Koa Rothman, and saw the wave just kind of have a little warble in it and could not produce a clean line for Koa Rothman. Kainoa McGee, check in with Pat. Kainoa McGee, check in with Pat on the beach. Thank you.
That's right, Kainoa. First to wardrobe and makeup, and then to Pat. And let's get ready for some beach interviews.
Don't forget to stop by hair. So visit wardrobe, makeup, and hair, and report to Pat on the beach. Kainoa McGee, thank you.
Yep, in that order. Thanks, Rock. So professional. Okay, well, we got plenty more swell coming.
Oh, look outside right now. We get some swells. Yeah. This is the shootout. We can tell the guys, hey, outside, go left, 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 right, 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 right.
So we'll be watching this win right now, but good call this morning by our contest director, Leah McNamara, getting things going today and taking advantage of this swell and nice conditions. And on your screen here, you can see Koa Rothman with a 5.43 and a 2.67. Kanoa Igarashi with a couple of fours, basically, and some great tube rides. Reef McIntosh with the highest single wave so far in this heat for Quicksilver with a 5.77 for that backdoor barrel. And Noah Mizuno also staying busy. Team Quicksilver, and the Quicksilver people are probably watching those charts right now pretty carefully. There's a lot of storm action in the northern Pacific right now. So we're going to be looking at that. Potential double extra large swells coming in next week. And we could see some kickoff of a couple of the big wave events, either the Quicksilver ADI Cow Invitational or the Peahi Challenge. We're going to see what happens, but lots of swell forecasted.
Plenty opportunities.
Yeah. Even behind this one, we have another one for the weekend, and then we'll have a little bit of a down period, and then we should be seeing, if everything pulls together, things really starting to come into play Tuesday through Tuesday afternoon with, like I said, potential double extra large. Here we go, Koa Rothman, pipeline barrel deep, and it just clamps on the end.
Look at this one, capping, and no takers, but it's going to cap on Koa's head right now. He's got a bail. Water Patrol going to buzz in and give him a look, see that he's okay, possibly board maybe in one piece, so remains intact for Koa Rothman. Always got to look and watch those to make sure, first, of course, that the surfer comes up and resurfaces, but also make sure the board is in one piece and ready to go get some more waves. And another set coming in. Look at this one. Feathering out the back. Photographers diving under. Water Patrol just right on the ledge. Looking in. Hawaiian Water Patrol, please assist in keeping not only the surfers over towards off the wall, but also please be aware with the ski at back door. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're just trying to keep this contest area free from any obstacles. So please make sure we're all clear. We're at the 19-minute mark. Time check, 19 minutes for Team Quicksilver. Team Ruka, you guys are up next.
Wow, this one peeking up at off the wall. Whoa, J squared in the barrel at off the wall. Coming out.
Yeah. We'll be looking forward to more surfing from that guy this year on the World Tour.
Oh, and somebody just went poke nasty.
Yeah, there you go. The bakery continues to serve up donuts.
Danny Fuller getting ready. Danny Fuller just won his first HIC Pro at Sunset Beach just a few months ago. Down the road here, getting ready for Team Ruka. And you know, when you're sitting at the perch that we have here, Kaipo, with a screen right here, getting some of the action, and then just a panoramic view behind us of off-the-wall, backdoor, pipe, ehukai. It's
a nice place to be, isn't it,
pretty
Rocky?
exciting to watch and get this view up here.
I like it. It's a nice place to be.
Well, you may be able to see on your screen up towards the horizon a lot of waves coming in right now with 17 minutes remaining. There are some good-sized sets coming in at pipe right now.
And that first one goes through. No one taking a look at that, although might be some off-the-wall action.
Surfers at off the wall, please move over. Surfers at off the wall, please move over. And check this out, this big peak right in between. Not going to do much except explode on the reef. And the next few waves coming in may have some takers. Reef Macintosh up and riding, and just a big drop, possibly extension down the line. Nope, kicks out.
And
Check out
here
the
we go.
replay.
Yeah, Reef Macintosh, and that wave just didn't do what Reef wanted it to do. It didn't offer him the barrel, so he just kind of rode through there. 15 minutes and 10 seconds counting down for Team Quicksilver.
14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. And saw the rare Shaka bird
The flying shaka, man.
approaching the screen.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Those,
But more waves coming in here.
you know, Rocky, the flying shakas, they've been dwindling in numbers because of a bunch of invasive species.
That is true. At least the hybrid shakas have now taken over.
Yeah. But there's still, you can still see a few of those pure flying shakas every once in a while.
Pure native shakas still,
Yeah. Along with the giant shaka
and baby shaka.
and the inflatable shaka. Got a few. You never seen the inflatable. We'll show you that a little bit later when we get our face cam back. Right now,
Oh, check it out. Sets out the back, capping at first reef. Just big teepee with not much offering here.
yeah, Peakerton.
Well, there was a little bit of a backdoor wave there, but no takers.
Well, we got a time 13 minutes 10 seconds. So just a update for the beach and for Team Ruka as well as Quicksilver. We got 13 minutes counting down.
Here we go at backdoor. That looks like Reef McIntosh. And not going to make it out. Caught that wave way over. More in front of the Volcom Alpha peak area. Here we go, out the back. That looks like Noah Mizuno.
And there you go, a little replay of Noah Mizuno having to straighten out on that one for Team Quicksilver. 11:45 counting down and back to live action here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout in remembrance and reverence of Duke Paul Kahanamoku. Back into team surfing. We're in round number 3 for our team surfing. Team Quicksilver out in the lineup right now. They're going to be followed up by Team Ruka. And then we're going to have the Young Guns, North Shore Surf Shop, right after Team Ruka on the paddle. Cora Rothman, pipeline, double hand drag, gets under the curtain and back out.
Oh, look at that backdoor wave, too. Here we go on the outside. And looking at pipe.
Kanoe Garashi in the barrel, traveling. Can the young man make his way out? And the answer is...
Aole.
Aole. But made some tube time.
Ten minutes, 45 seconds, 10:45. Remaining in the heat number 3 for Team Quicksilver. This is round 3, heat 3. The Hui Shootout in memory of Duke Paua Kahanamoku. Reef McIntosh looking backdoor. Late drop. Comes around the section. Got a stall. Sits on the tail and gets in and comes out.
Wow. That was some great technique by Reef McIntosh. You called it with a giant back foot tail stall. Jeez.
Put on the back brakes.
He locked the brakes up right there. Talk about pumping your brakes.
Yep. Well, you had to pump around the first section, then put on the brakes.
Put the handbrake on. Let's
There's
take a
the replay.
replay of this. Check this out. Handbrake.
Almost rolled up the windows. But keeps his composure and finds the exit of that backdoor barrel. This one stretching from off the wall all the way over to pipe. Beautiful breaking waves today. Swell is 4 to 8 feet with some light breezes coming from the south-southwest.
Yeah, you can see the spray flying off the top of the waves here, hence the literal translation of this stretch of beach. Ehukai, which means
Ehukai Beach Park is just next door.
Which means ocean spray or sea spray. Ehukai. And a nice shot of our warning flags as well as Hawaiian Water Patrol. Our first responders here along with our city and county lifeguards. 8 minutes and 25 seconds counting down for Team Quicksilver. So a bit of a lull here for Team Quicksilver. 7 minutes, 25 seconds counting down. Thank you all for checking in online and enjoying this webcast. Here's a little shot of the beach today and some of our happy beachgoers, spectators, surfers, competitors. It's nice. Look at, there's room on the sand. So
oh, beautiful.
If you're on Oahu and checking this out on the webcast, come on down. Plenty of great seating, plenty of good surfing.
Yep. And if you're on the beach checking it out and you got a smartphone or some kind of gadget, open up your browser and go to the Hui Shootout and check it out. It's Koa Rothman stalling it backdoor. Doesn't get too deep, but good positioning there and good technique for Koa. But if you're on the beach, check out thehuishootout.com or watermanleague.com. And you'll be able to watch the replays and get some of the cool shots that are on offer at those websites, thehuishootout.com, watermanleague.com, and possibly also on surfline.com. And speaking of, here is a replay of Koa's last wave. Good hand drag, nice stall. And it gets right on the edge of that break-in lip in the barrel.
Again, we'd like to thank a lot of the supporters here for the Hui Backdoor Shootout, of course, the Hui, as well as Ambry Genetics, the Mo'oliola Foundation. Thank you also to Kona Red for their support.
Yeah.
And hopefully, I'm expecting some delicious nutritional support a little bit later today from the good people there at Aloha Salads. Yum.
Yum, 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 yum.
Looks like we got more wave action out the back as we're zooming in out there. Lines appearing on the horizon. They're going to be moving through here to the reef at the Bonsai Pipeline shortly.
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. And there's the Mauliola tent over at JOB's place to be. Beachfront here at the Bonsai Pipeline. And how's these sets out the back? Yeah, gang. marching in. We'll see if these creep over to pipe. Right now they look pretty focused at off the wall. We'll see if we have one swing over this way. Water Patrol, mahalo for providing water safety and some awesome water shot angles for the post-production. As this one caps on the outer first reef.
Yeah, not only will we have this live today, we'll also be having that, of course, that recap and the highlights reel that we'll be able to put together that you can catch online at thehui.com or at watermanleague.com. We should have a ton of highlights.
Yeah, from day number 2, we had so many great waves and great scores being thrown down. It was the makings of its very own surf video segment.
That's right, a lot of highlights.
Yeah.
So I'd like to bring back the word
Okay.
uku pile.
Uku pile.
A uku pile of highlights. I'm going to bring it back right now. That dates me. Probably that was even probably pre Rocky right there. That slang.
That's ancient. Bro.
Uku pile means choke.
I remember.
Same thing.
We kind of grew up with Bully Chang.
Bully Chang.
Can we bring that one back? Bully Chang.
We're going to bring back uku pile and Bully Chang.
And it's the documentary coming out. Who is Bully Chang?
Boom. Kanani.
The answer is everybody. Easy, Bully Chang. It was the most common use. But I slightly remember Uku Pile. Here we go. Cole Rothman at back door. Reef McIntosh at pipeline. Cole pulls in. Reef pulls in. Reef comes out. And Koa gets donuts. And Koa pops up right there. Looks like he's okay. Check on the board now. Looks to be okay. But we'll have to wait again because that wave just pummeled him while he was waiting.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a leash test right now for Koa Rothman. We see Hawaiian Water Patrol buzzing around looking for an opportunity to scoop him up.
Time remaining, 1 minute, 30 seconds. 1:30 remaining.
All right, so it looks like the clock is going to tick down for Team Quicksilver. Under a minute. Down to only 40 seconds. Okay, 20 seconds counting down. So this is going to be the end of Quicksilver's time, and we'll be counting this heat out in 10 seconds. One last chance. Noah Mizuno going pipeline. Kanoe Igarashi backdoor with a nice top turn. And that's it for Quicksilver. Next up, Team Ruka. Nice shot of our beach crowd starting to build up. Thank you all for coming out today to the Hui Backdoor Shootout in reverence and remembrance of Duke Pauakahanamoku. You guys got the best seats in the house right here. Toes in the sand. Sea breezes. Morning, Uncle Brian Amona. And it's the start right now of Team Ruka out there with Makuakai Rothman, Ezra Sitt, Kala Alexander, and Danny Fuller. Live action here. Just Koa Rothman bringing in a wave. He did his time. Got a couple scores there for Team Quicksilver.
Yeah, highest score of the heat was, I believe, the 5.77 from Reef McIntosh. Then Koa Rothman had a 5.43. Here we go. Bombs on the outside, capping outside nearly second reef pipe here. And our surfer is getting caught out of position for that particular wave. Didn't offer too much of tube riding at backdoor or pipe there, so just a duck dive, and they'll be in position for the next waves that'll be coming their way. Team North Shore Surf Shop, please check in. Team North Shore Surf Shop, please check in for your 35-minute heat.
Yeah, the Young Guns going to be up next for the North Shore Surf Shop.
I don't know, that was my soundtrack.
I like it. And there we go. Nice shot of our Hawaiian Water Patrol PWC captained by the Shark, Steve Machin. And may the wave heal us all. Mahalo to the Mauleola Foundation for not just the support of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, but for all the great work that they do.
Check out mauleola.org, and you'll be able to see how you can help kids and adults with cystic fibrosis. And one way we do that is getting them out in the ocean and surfing and getting that saline treatment, the natural saline treatment.
There we go. A nice shot of our contest director and co-contest director, Liam McNamara, as well as Eddie Rothman, having a little discussion there, checking out the conditions. Liam
Team
talking
North
to
Shore
his
Surf Shop.
North Shore Surf Shop. We're going to see Makai coming up next, along with Brother Landon.
Here we go. Backdoor on offer for Kala Alexander. And Kala drops in. Looks for some barrel time. Can't really find the curling lip, but gets one wave under his belt just to get a warm up. And heading back out.
Do you guys like that? We just had some silence right there. We don't have to always vala'au blowing everyone's ears out. So we just we're letting everything marinate a little bit here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout before a couple more waves are being ridden.
Here we go. A couple of waves rolling in for Team Ruka, possibly. 28 minutes remaining. 28 minutes to go. Here we go, paddling, and not going to get it.
So there you can see a graphic on the board. Pretty quiet start for Team Ruka with 27 minutes and 30 seconds counting down. Kala Alexander with 1.67. And the rest of the boys patiently waiting for a wave of their liking. Of course, the goal is these guys want to get scores in the 8+ range, and those are the ones that are going to be keepers in their score line. We're taking the top 3 waves out of these 3 rounds. We'll do the math there, add up those top 3 waves out of these 3 rounds, and look through the field. We're going to take our top 16 surfers, and they're going to advance on to the grand final. 2 more rounds for those top 16 surfers. So that's some of the math that we got to do here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout with Team Ruka in the water right now. And there you go, a little stretching workout for some of the boys. Makai McNamara getting ready for North Shore Surf Shop. And you saw
Stretch them, bro. Roll them, bro. There you go. Loosen them up. Get the blood flowing.
And you can see some of the youngsters going through there to the boardroom over at the Volcom House, picking up
Board meeting.
board meeting in the boardroom.
Volcom Bravo. Volcom Alpha, Volcom Bravo. And Rocky Cannon, Kaipo Guerrero.
Thanks for joining in. Thanks for checking us out here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Day 3.
Day 3, round 3. That was a pause for effect right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do every once in a while. Because you know why? Everything doesn't have to move in fast pace constantly. We can slow it down.
Smell the roses.
Smell the roses, enjoy the sand, the sun, the salt air. Makai McNamara waxing up there.
In phase 2 of preparation.
First the stretch, then the wax.
Notice the strokes. Quick right there. Boom, 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 boom. And then the elongated. Wow. Slow-mo stroking. There we go.
Change
wax on, wax off.
Using some of that, the Hui wax. Super sticky, see? Got to get it off his off his fingers right there. That hui wax was so sticky.
So we got a pretty good view out the window right here and on our screen to give you the play-by-play action on DeHuiShootout.com, WatermanLeague.com, and also live here on the beach. And I believe also on Surfline.com is where you can catch some of the action.
Yeah, and looking at Surfline forecast, Rocky, we got lots of swell coming. We got another boost as we see Eli Olsen
In phase 2 of his preparation.
Waxing. And look at Eli. He likes the crisscross. You see that
A lot of the surfers use that.
Yeah, there's the crisscross technique. There's this just straight bead technique.
Mm-hmm.
There's a squiggle line technique. There's all kinds of different...
Oh, the squiggles.
The squiggles, yeah. I've seen that employed by Mick Fanning, the squiggle line technique.
Team Ruka, manager, please check in. Team Ruka, team captain, Makua Rothman at backdoor. Check it in at backdoor barrel. No can come out, but that was one extension down the line.
And there you can
goes
see
super fast.
where Makua popped up. Made a lot of distance in that barrel.
Ruka, team captain, check in with the judges. Ruka, team captain, check in with the judges.
Team captain, team spotter, Ruka representative. Please check in. And here's a replay of Makua Rothman's backdoor barrel. Like Rocky said, checked into that thing and looking for a checkout. And unfortunately, the door just closed right there.
Yeah, that was a fast one. And more waves coming through. No takers. Stand by for the score of Makua Rothman. That'll be the best one of the heat so far.
Oh, there she is.
There's Mahina. Aloha, kakahiaka. Good morning.
So, for those of you who don't know, that lady right there, she does a lot of the back end work, a lot of the hard work here for the Hui, and tireless in her efforts.
Well, we got some big events, for the Hui all year long that take insurmountable amounts of planning.
The logistics are crazy, right?
Yeah. I mean,
so what are some of the events, Rock? What do we
With the
got?
shootout we have here every winter.
This one.
One that kicks off the winter is one of the biggest beach cleanups.
That
the
one.
Hui Beach Cleanup that happens every November.
Yep.
And then we have the Body Surf event.
That's a good one.
Here at Pipe and also at Waimea Shore Break, known to have body surfing there through the Hui. And of course, during summer, the largest paddleboard race
In the world.
In the world. At here on the North Shore from Sunset Beach to Waimea Bay.
What do we have? 600 people, I want to say?
600 plus.
600 plus. And growing every year. So
and that's not just the event. I mean, there's all the before and after that you have to account for, and Mahina does a great job putting all of those events together. Not to mention everything that goes on throughout the year. They have the, I know they had for a while for the kids the Easter egg hunt that's going on, and all kinds of other smaller events, but very active throughout the year. 20 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
yeah. And just a big kia ora to J Geeks out there in Aotearoa. That was some of our entertainment for last year's 4th of July.
I guess.
Oh, we got some behind the scenes or behind the surface footage. So we're going to throw through some of that stuff. And you can see exactly this is the bottom of the Bonsai Pipeline, Rocky.
Yep, it is made up of reef, so it's quite solid. There are it's a foundation of old lava that has been cooled, so it's rock hard now. And then every once in a while there are some pockets of coral and whatnot, but mostly known for its very hardened lava at the bottom, and then some crevices, some tombstones that kind of stick up, some pukas that you can get shoved into, and of course some parts that are quite sharp that can still give you a pretty good laceration. But a lot of the injuries at pipe occur from the blunt force of impacting the reef.
That's right. The reef has been well worn over thousands of years of wave energy. So not that super sharp reef that you would find in places like Indonesia, for example, or even live reefs over in Tahiti.
Mm-hmm.
But just still a dangerous reef because of those highs and lows, like you said, and just being rock hard and, as you can see, extremely shallow.
Yeah, it's just a few feet deep where the trough of the wave actually is, and the bottom of the reef. So just about every wipeout at pipe and backdoor, you are going to be in contact with that reef in some way, shape, or form. You just have to always really hope that it's not your head. Of course, the most important part of your daily life, you know, especially when you talk about surfing or sports that, you know, skateboarding or those extreme sports. You know, a lot of athletes opting to wear helmets during their runs or during their sessions. But in surfing, you know, you have your board that's also a potential hazard, and then you have the reef. And you have to hold your breath through every endeavor.
Yeah, and that's right. And, you know, coming up in this next heat for North Shore Surf Shop, we'll have probably see a helmeted surfer out there in the likes of Landon McNamara. Oftentimes wisely wears a helmet out here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Chip off the old block. His dad, Liam McNamara, also one of the helmeted one throughout the 90s right there. You can always recall a lot of those classic pipeline surf shops with Liam and the helmet, sometimes a face shield even.
He was one of the first to sport the face guard or face shield where the visor was pulled down, and would have that as an extra added protective system, because the helmet does not typically protect your facial area, which can also come in contact with the reef.
And here we go. Ezra Sit. Up and out for Team Ruka.
More waves marching in, more towards the off-the-wall area. Looks like these won't make it into pipe, but there you go. Landon McNamara's board and backup board down there on the beach.
All right, so a time check. We got 14 minutes and 50 seconds counting down. Have counted off of the Hui clock. So 14 minutes and some change left for Makokai Rothman, Kala Alexander, Ezra Sip, and Danny Fuller, all making up Team Ruka. I think Makua looking pretty good right now from his performances in the first couple of rounds.
Yep.
As far as making that cut, that top 16 cut.
Yeah, he had a couple of really good scores in the high 9-point range that kept him in the top 5 of the field here.
Yeah, and again, it's Kaipogoro along with Rocky Cannon. Thank you for joining in here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout in remembrance and reserverance of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku. Oh, I got
Reserverance.
We
Bruh, I don't
we
even
get
think
all
that word
kinds.
for the
We get
kind.
all kinds of vocabulary over here. Kainoa McGee helping us out on the sidelines with some of our English. Thank you, Kainoa. It is our second language, so sometimes we stumble.
Hey,
on those
call up
English words.
Webster's, bull. We get a new word. We like add.
Reserverance.
Reserverance. That's when you revere one reservation.
Hey, it can happen.
When
It can
you-
happen, Rocky.
When you go to Kind for the restaurant, your favorite one, you like make one reserverance.
That way,
Hey, you better revere this reservation. You know who this is calling you?
Dr. Kaipo,
Dr. Guerrero.
Dr.
I
Guerrero.
would like to eat at Uncle Bo's. Kapahulu.
Check out Irafune. You can bring your own BYOB over there. Save some money.
Reserverance. All right, time check, 12 minutes and 45 seconds. 12:45 remaining. Team North Shore Surf Shop on the ready, getting ready to stand by and paddle out. Makua Rothman with the highest wave so far in this heat, a 4.77. Ezra Sitt with a 1.0. Kala with a 1.67. Danny Fuller yet to catch a wave. And there you see Eli Olsen, Mackay and Landon McNamara, and Luke Shepardson.
Yeah, all born and bred on the North Shore. So those are the young guns. I'm looking forward to the North Shore Surf Shop coming up in the next heat. Right now, 12 minutes counting down for Team Ruka. With a couple guys in there that actually have some good scores in the score bank right now. Makua Kai Rothman, I think, has a bunch of scores banked. And Danny Fuller not looking too bad either. As we get further through this round, we can ask our statistician and get some updates on exactly the standings of all of our surfers.
I thought that's somebody who does facials and things
What?
like that. Well, that's an esthetician.
Esthetician, statisticians, we got all the ticians over here. We got plenty ticians. Uku pile.
Ugu pile of ticians. Oh, radio, bro. Backdoor. Who inside? Easy, Bully Chang. Coming out. Danny Fuller.
So there you go. I told you he's going to bank that one. That one's going to go into the score bank right there. Backdoor backhand barrel for Danny Fuller. Danny's got his surfer name on today, Danny Fuller. In the art world, also known as Daniel Fuller.
He doesn't throw his middle name in there, though, huh?
One day, bro, that's a whole nother pay scale. When you throw the middle name in there, that's a whole nother pay scale. Or when you only go by one name, that's a whole
Yeah.
other pay scale.
Yeah.
If you can be big enough to just go by one name, that's pretty large.
Yep. Here we go. Sets coming in. Check this out.
It's high stress broadcast right now.
Bruh, check this one out. Who gonna be in position? You never know, bruh. They gonna try to work them out. They all one team out there.
Okay, John Kinapo, who's going to go?
Odd man out. Odd man go. Paper and stone.
That would be funny right there. The John Kinapo before each and every
Each
wave.
yeah. Oh, I bust out the dynamite every time.
Blow them up, dynamite. Kainoa saying, go, you guys.
Trying to get some encouragement to the guys out there. There's a shot from the beach looking up. Killer beard, dude. I can see that one from New Zealand. Bruh, ZZ Top on the beach. How's it, boo? Good morning.
Rocky just has a little beard envy going on right now, bro. You all good? My brother trying to grow. Look at, he's only short.
This is AA Top. Nowhere Z.
That's where you start on the beard alphabet right there. Oh, boy. Nice one, however.
It might be in the BB or CC Top action. I would call you more like AA Top.
I'm AA.
You
just never shave for a couple of days.
Yeah, you're like 530 Shadow.
Yeah. I'm part Portuguese, bro.
545
I grow hair like nothing. It goes crazy. Here we go. 8 minutes and 30 seconds counting down for Ruka. So that's the time on the clock.
I'm Chinese. I got hot spots. And some spots right next that are just dead bare.
But I would love if you get the one mole kind that you can grow super long, like 2 feet long for good luck. Yeah, from the mole.
From the mole.
Run it.
That'd be pretty awesome.
It's a good look if you can
pull it off.
Pull it together, yeah.
I get the space between the.
That's the smart guys have a space right there, bro. That's like
the
intellectual.
Gap, the mustache gap.
Mustache gap.
No, it's just Asian.
Okay. There we go. And a 7.93 for that backdoor barrel for Danny Fuller, as you can see on your screen. So, as we expected, he's probably going to bank that one or near close to bank that one. That's right near probably the cutoff that you need to have keepers at the 8-point range. But that could be a backup in his top 3 scores. And hopefully solidify Danny Fuller with a space in the top 16 surfers to advance on to the grand final. Here we go, another series of waves coming through here. And the first one's not to anyone's liking. Second wave in the set, looming, peeking up.
So Danny Fuller comes through with a 7.93. Danny Fuller's first score, that backdoor wave, a 7.93. Has a couple spectators enjoying acai bowls down there. 5 minutes, 50 seconds, 5:50 remaining.
So at the 5-minute mark for Team Aruka. And the more wave action moving through, some more opportunity as our surfers kind of changing their positioning a little bit on the reef here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Looks like Danny Fuller's going to take a little peek at that one and says, nah, that one's not for me. Yeah, so we're down to 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and a meeting of a couple of great minds there, Pete Flipper Hodgson and Jason Alada Shibata, discussing surf right there. Two of the mainstays out here on the North Shore. How's it, guys? Jason, of course, doing his great work over there for the crew at Volcom, and Pete doing some wonderful work with his photography and helping out with GoPro. GoPro master.
Yeah, he is the GoPro guru.
As well as, like, Pete kind of turning into the quite a agriculturalist.
Horticulturist.
A botanist. A agriculturalist. I'm just throwing English words around like crazy right now. Huh, Rocky? Like them?
Perseverance action.
Yeah. Here we go. Danny Fuller in the barrel. Backdoor disappear traveling and Fuller's out with the back slide exit. So we're going to count that for Danny Fuller, and he's going to put that into the score bank.
Mm-hmm. Check it out on the outside. Kala Alexander having a look. Nope. Hawaiian Water Patrol buzzing through across your screen to check out Danny Fuller.
Well, let's check out this replay, Rocky, of Fuller's wave. He's gone and
Yeah.
comes out.
Totally disappeared. And then, you said it, does the backslide after the backside barrel.
That was bad. That was a little move out of Boogaloo Shrimp's book.
Oh, bruh. Taking us back.
To the Boogaloo Shrimp era, yeah?
I know Brother Bobby at Hans Hedeben Surf School knows what you're talking about. Watching
Breaking, bruh, Breaking.
there.
Everybody knows about the movie Breaking. It was a cult classic, still a classic.
part of the Electric Boogaloo. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. And standby last score for Danny Fuller was a 6.83.
Ooh.
Last of Danny Fuller, a 6.83.
Ooh, little tight right there on that score.
Well, you know, could be some of the critique on the exit strategy, possibly.
That could be it. Yeah, there you go.
You know.
Good explanation, Rocky Cannon.
Thank you, Kaipo Guerrero.
You're welcome, Rockwell.
You're welcome, Kaipo Okalani Kealoha Omakai McNamara. 1 minute, 10 seconds remain until the end of heat number 4, the Ruka heat. Coming up next, heat number 5, Team North Shore Surf Shop. Followed by Red Bull. Jamie O and the gang going to jump in that heat. The Hui Surf Wax coming up later. And then Team Hurley to round out round number 3.
That's right. And hey, if you're still around, Peter Mel, I'd love to have you come up here and give us a little update of some of those double extra large swells coming.
Yeah, dude. Commissioner of the Big Wave Tour.
He's got lots of work to do. I saw him. He's got a laptop in his hand and stuff. Time check right now.
30
Guess
seconds.
what? 30 seconds. Paddle.
Jamie Mitchell on camera. Going to see him
Mitchell.
on Sunday. Soul Surfers TV. Yeah, brah. I got the call. You get the call? Okay.
That guy paddles
See
fast.
you there Sunday.
Paddles really, really fast. Charges some big waves, too.
Mm-hmm.
Good combination to paddle fast when you're charging big waves.
That's pretty much necessary.
I think we're going to call it a heat right now for Team Ruka. And we're going to take a little message from our good friends over at the Mo'oliola Foundation. We'll be back with North Shore Surf Shop on the other end of this quick commercial break.
In the water, I feel like I'm free to do whatever I want. I fall back down through the same like surfing because I forget about how I have CF and I have fun.
And we're back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout in remembrance of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku out in the water right now. 4 of those surfers are going to come in. That's Team Ruka. They'll be on their way in. And the heat in the water, which has been activated during that commercial break, North Shore Surf Shop.
Yep, and
Here's
some
the-
of the spectators arriving on the beach. Welcome. Good morning.
That's the North Shore Surf Shop fan club coming down to the beach right now to
Man,
root
it's-
on some of the boys. Big set outside.
Outside, boys, outside. Number two. Left. No, right. Go deep, Uncle said. Go deep.
Just watch the towel.
Out there right now, we got Landon McNamara, 18 years old. Mackay McNamara, 19 years old. They are brothers. Also, Eli Olsen at 22 years old. And Luke Shepherdson, I believe, is also 19.
Oh, boy. Eli Olsen, backdoor, big barrel, traveling spit, and Eli.
Isus.
Just gets a little caught up there. Looks like he was on his way out.
Oh, man, he made it to the end, but just couldn't complete the exit. And watch on the replay, drops in late, tucks under, disappears, and right there, you saw his board appear, but a splash, and that was his body hitting the water. Not able to make that backdoor barrel.
So we'll update you for the score of Eli Olsen. And here's a live shot of the captain coming in, Kala Alexander.
El Capitan. Hawaiian Water Patrol is heading over to check on Eli Olsen. See if he would like assistance back to the lineup. And probably 9 times out of 9, you're going to say yes to the jet ski if it's all good and legal. With Ikaika Kalama at the helm.
Yeah, Ikaika, part of our Hawaiian Water Patrol and son of legendary Hawaiian waterman Boogie Kalama. Oh, Rocky, we got something going on the beach. What we got going?
We got the guy down there with the meanest hairdo and the meanest rash god, Kainoa McGee.
Hey, mahalo boys. Kainoa McGee here again at the backdoor, the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. We're here with Danny Fuller. Just came fresh out of the water from that last heat. Looks like you guys had some cleanup sets come in, and from here we were looking worried that some of the boys were going to get cleaned out. Tell us about that situation first.
Yeah, we opened up our heat with a good, like, proper 8-foot plus, like, cleanup set. I was looking at Kalamakua, like, oh my God, this is terrible, and just thought that normally there's like 5 waves to back it up behind that. Luckily there was just that one, and I didn't even really know what I was going to do. There was some really good rights coming in, and then it looked like a few lefts, and I ended up going out on my 6.5, and I was thinking about going right, but kind of had to remind myself that actually I know how to go right, and luckily got a few, so actually made them.
Yeah, it looks like you got some pretty fun rights out there. Rocky and Kaipa, I heard them kind of complaining about that best wave you got for you of that heat, that last wave I believe it was. They're saying that they believe that judges were a little tight on that score. I'm of the same opinion. What do you think?
Oh, I was just so stoked to get that wave, and it's one of those moments sometimes when you get a really good wave, even when you kick out, you're like, I know that was a good one, but like, what happened? And was I deep? Could have been deeper, and I could have maybe been a little bit deeper, but I really needed that wave and that score just because they're taking the top 16, getting rid of the bottom 16. So I was sitting in 17th before that heat, so I believe I'm looking pretty good to advance on to the next round.
Well, there's some good insider information for all of you out there who did not know that. So yeah, that's good that wave came in then, and well, good luck with everything else, man. Keep ripping up there.
Thanks, Kainoa.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
Aloha.
All right, Fuller and McGee, as you saw briefly Danny's tattoo and Kainoa's T-shirt.
And this is what happened during this interview, Rocky. Deep and underneath for Luke Shepardson. How was that?
Steep, deep, and underneath for a laid-back Luke. And we'll get that score coming through for Luke Shepardson at backdoor. One of the nicer waves of the morning we've seen ridden, at least during the event. We've seen great waves before the event. We saw a few during. Usually in each heat this morning, we've been seeing, a few waves from each heat that have been excellent. And now we have another excellent score coming in. Luke Shepardson, last score, and 807. Last score for Luke Shepardson, 807. And boys, outside, gang.
All right. Looks like we had a quick computer update there for Shepardson's score, and I think it's going to come in at an 8.23. They gave him a couple more points during the break.
Extra scriblets.
Little extra scriblets. 8.23 in the excellent range and earns a spot in the score bank for North Shore Surf Shop's Luke Shepardson.
Wow, look at this one stacking up. This could be a pipe bomber.
Well, if it is, we hope that Landon McNamara is going to be in position, because we've seen him before numerous times handle those pipe bombs quite well. We'll see if number 2 gives us a better shot at it. Back set.
That one was kind of crumbly-wumbly. They didn't give us too much to work with. And all 4 surfers having a look at this one a little too far inside. But you can feel and kind of hear that rumble of these waves crashing on the shallow reef. And part of the attraction of watching surfing here at Pipeline, not only the quality of waves, but the proximity to the beach in which the waves are breaking is not very far at all, and makes for great spectation.
Spectation. I like it. It is spectacular spectation happening today.
And you see some of the clouds looming as we go back to our water shot. So not a bright sunny day like we had on Saturday for our day number 2, but still very contestable, clean conditions. Looks like Eli Olsen coming in for a board change. That'll cost him time, but not points. You know where that quote comes from?
No.
Classic 1987 surfing movie.
North Shore?
Correct.
Wow.
It was during the latter part of the movie when Rick Kane was in a heat with Robbie Page, Derek Ho, Lance Burkhart. It was Alex Rogers, actually, the character of Robbie Page.
Darn that Burkhart. There's Eric Olsen. I'm sure he was in the movie at some point. Eli's dad.
I think
I almost guarantee you, probably in the party scene or one of those contest scenes, guaranteed EO was somewhere buried in the North Shore movie. Well, 26 minutes counting down for NSS,
if
North Shore Surf Shop.
If you were on the North Shore at all in 1986,
you were in the movie.
You were in the movie.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to you folks on the beach. Yep, you guys are on camera on DeHueyShootout.com and WatermanLeague.com. Yeah, you guys, how's it? Aloha.
That's right.
So if you guys have some friends or family that's on the mainland or back home and wanting to see what you guys are enjoying, you can go to DeHueyShootout.com, DAHUI Shootout, SHOOTOUT.com, and also WatermanLeague.com, WatermanLeague.com, WatermanLeague.com.
Perfect, right. You guys all out of position.
And that wave just goes through unridden, to the dismay of North Shore Surf Shop coach. But still 24 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. So still plenty of time as you see the gate leading to the Quicksilver House right alongside Volcom House Bravo. And Reef McIntosh illustrating how close they really are, going from 1 yard to the next in one big step.
So that's kind of the setup here. We got Volcom House Alpha that we're doing the webcast from. We got Volcom House Bravo where a lot of the competitors are and the rest
Yep.
of the peanut gallery over there. And then we have the Quicksilver House right next to them
Yep.
where our judges are.
And I've seen some attempts to hand the judges some money from the Quicksilver yard over there.
They
from
make
the team.
it, yeah, via courier pigeon sometimes.
Yeah, and the judges say,
Lapo
"Thumbs
says,
up,
that's cool, bring it on,
keep
bruh."
it coming. No shame.
No shame in the game.
And further over, we've got JOB residents, the O'Brien House, pretty much the Red Bull gathering area.
What happened there, EO? Buckle? Buckle.
Oh, I
there
see
we
it
can
there,
see 'em
yeah.
with the multiple buckles.
Oh, choke buckles.
Uku pile of buckles.
Time remaining 23 minutes, 15 seconds. We're in heat number 5 of round 3, the North Shore Surf Shop, our youngest compiled surf team for this Hui shootout in memory of Duke Kapoa Kahanamoku assembled here. There's Leo Fioravanti getting ready for Team Red Bull.
Ciao. So I think that's the only Italian word I know, but I'm going to shout it out at you, Leo.
What? Right. You don't know the word lasagna.
That's not even real Italian, homie.
Oh.
They don't even call it lasagna in Italy.
Everything's pasta. Pasto, pasta, antipasta.
What do they call veal in China? Veal in China, Rocky. We got a lull right now. Come on, let's just get this joke out there. Veal in China.
Hello, son.
Yang Kao.
Oh, Yang Kao. Okay.
Yang Kao. Yang Kao. Got one laugh from the peanut gallery. That's okay.
It sounded manufactured.
And it was forced. Yeah, sorry. Well, we're going to have refunds at the end of the day for all the bad jokes, but of course the jokes are free, so the refund is not necessary.
No, I think
A lot of people are thinking about that. Like,
you might owe.
whoa, whoa.
There's Volcom House Bravo. We caught Kainoa fixing up his hair. Yeah, brah. That's how you keep him looking good. So this is crunch time for our bottom 16 surfers. 32 surfers altogether, 8 teams, 4 on each team. The math is relatively elementary, but I still had to bust out my calculator.
8 times 4 is 32.
Yep.
Then we
That's
take
what my
16.
iPhone just told me.
Then we take 16, so that's going to be half of the 32.
Half of the 32 will move on. The top 16 will surf in round 4 and 5 coming up on our next day of competition, possibly tomorrow, possibly Saturday, but we still have a few heats to get through today.
There we go. A couple of the Red Bullies coming up. Mark Matthews
the Red
and Leonardo
Bully Changs.
Fioravanti. Getting their wings on. Red Bull is going to be up next, completely energized.
They're going to need their wings for some of those backdoor waves, those freight trains that are rifling through that section. But if you were looking for surfing to watch on the North Shore at a very high level, you have made it to the best place on earth and the best place on surf. Right here at the Bonsai Pipeline by way of Ehukai Beach Park, or one of the many beach accesses here along this
An announcement
famous
for the
stretch of
beach.
Yes.
Big bombs outside.
Big bombs on the outside. possible pipe bombs, not man-made, but from nature, coming in right now at Pipeline.
I'm telling you guys, outside.
Couple of ribs on this wave, some ripples from that wind. That left's got a barrel on it. That's makeable.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that backdoor wave just heaving. Not sure if that was makeable, but it definitely would have been fun to get the tunnel vision.
And a nice shot of some of the blades, some of the quivers here being taken out. I think those particular boards on screen, that's Billy Kemper's.
Billy's Blades.
Billy's Blades, Glenn Pang making those sticks, and Glenn, revered shaper out here. Gosh, for decades now, Glenn's been making some choice boards
Eons.
and choice of a lot of local surfers as well as a lot of touring pros. Also, we want to say, you know what, some of the best shapers in the world are right here in Hawaii. So I want to shout out Jeff Bushman and Eric Arakawa, the Tokoro brothers,
Sino Magallanes.
Even Dennis Pang, Ben Aipa, Jeff Bushman. Did I mention Jeff Bushman?
You did, and now you're going to get yourself into a bind because
John Carper,
Jeff Johnston.
We got
Who?
Someone shouted Darren Hanley from the bottom right there, but I believe
Glenn Minami.
DH is from Australia. Glenn Minami, yeah.
Chuck Andrus.
Yeah. We know
Definitely.
Uncle Chuck's around here. And North Shore Surf Shop team captain. One advice for the young guns out there. He's saying go deep.
And go out a little farther.
Go out, come in, go out. It's the game. Okay, so time check of 16 minutes and 45 seconds. 16:45. Counting down, and on screen right here, we're going to see this guy on the World Tour again next year. Jeremy Flores showing up, showing his support over at the Quicksilver House. So good morning, Jeremy, former Pipeline master. There he is. He's got his name on the plaque out here.
Indeed. Had a great showing that year with backdoor breaking kind of right on the sand. It was epic viewing for the spectators. Could literally throw a rock and hit some of the waves that were out there that year of 2010. Here we go. Big sets outside. 15 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. And here we go. This is Eli Olsen on his backup board. And finds a quick barrel, stays in it, and comes out. And he's going to have to scratch underneath this one. And will he make it under the next one? I'm not sure. Outside, you guys. Outside.
Outside, boys. Back one, back one.
Number two. Meanwhile, Eli maybe need board number 3. We'll see. He's taking some gas right now at backdoor.
corner, though.
All competitors, please check in with the beach marshal at the check-in area to get your lunch. Aloha Salads is being served as Eli Olsen serving up a backdoor wave on your replay screen. All competitors, come down to the check-in area and get your Aloha Salad. Mahalo. Time remaining 13 minutes, 30 seconds. 13:30 on the clock. Team Red Bull getting ready as more spectators make their way down to the beach here at Bonsai Pipeline. We're in heat number 5 of round 3. J.O.B. coming up in the Red Bull heat.
Well, if you're
Team
just
surfing here.
if you're just checking in right now, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout. If you're just logging in right now, we got North Shore Surf Shop out there with a big set coming in, boys. Big set for the young guns over at North Shore Surf Shop. Next up is going to be Red Bull. So you're going to want to have to stick around because we're going to have some great surfing action coming up. Probably right about now, hopefully.
Yeah, here comes the set. You see it on your screen right there. And paddling is Makai McNamara. Stroking into this one, not going to go. And the standings after round 2 as we see Makai McNamara in a barrel, still going. Drainer down the line at backdoor.
So score that. Double section there from Makai. He was waiting for that for a long time, but now it's all worth it. And that score could go into the score bank. He's looking to better his low of a 4.63, which he currently has. He has a 9.4 already in his top 3 waves, and he's going to add this one to the score bank. Let's check out the replay, Rocky.
And down the line speed, gets in perfect timing, stalls for the second section, and comes out clean. Makai McNamara currently in 8th place, so he's looking good for the top 16 qualification. That certainly will help his chances.
So this guy on the beach right here, Jamie O'Brien, he's going to be going out for Red Bull. He's currently second in the standings. He has a 9.57 and a 9.0 in his top 3 wave scoreline. 5.77 is the score that he's going to look to better.
No, he's got this too.
Oh, he's got. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got the 2 rounds.
He's got
to
a
count
10,
here.
and he's in. Didn't even see the second round. He's got a 10, a 9-point ride, and a 9.57. So actually, Jamie O'Brien has to better a 9-point ride
Correct.
to better his standings.
Yeah, so we just been handed the stats and scores for round 1 and round 2. And out of a possible 30, Mason Ho currently in the number 1 spot with a 28.76. Jamie O'Brien in the number 2 spot with a 28.57. So just 0.2 of a point behind Mason Ho is Jamie O'Brien. Jamie O'Brien heading out next. But on the bubble right now, 10 minutes remaining.
And we can see Billy Kemper on the beach right now doing some preheat preparation stretches. He's going to be going out for Team Red Bull.
So this actually includes the surfers from round 3 that we've seen already. So Danny Fuller was number 17 going into that round 3. After round 3, Danny Fuller comes out at number 9. So quite a jump there, but we still have a whole half a round to count into this as well.
Yeah, that's right, Rocky. So we'll just keep you guys updated. It looks like for sure we're going to see Mason Ho, Jamie O'Brien, and Makua Rothman, as well as Ian Walsh advancing on into the top 16 to go into the grand final rounds, rounds 4 and 5. But still a lot of work to be done for some of the other surfers out there. Mark Matthews, he's going to be coming up next for Team Red Bull. Mark Matthews has a 9.93 in his scoreline. He's currently sitting in 19th, but with a couple of good waves out there in this round number 3, he's going to find himself in the top 16. We'll keep you updated on those standings. Right now, time check, 8 minutes and 30 seconds counting down for the kids, the young men at North Shore Surf Shop. Landon McNamara, backhand grab rail, backdoor barrel, and Landon comes out. Here we go, Luke Shepardson. I'm sorry, this is... And Luke out. Luke is, yeah, that was Mackay before, and now here's Luke Shepardson with a quick backdoor barrel. So the 2 regular foots as well. Joining in Eli Olsen. A little quick snap, and he finds some shade under the barrel. So nice little exchange from Mackay McNamara, Luke Shepardson, and Eli Olsen, all for the North Shore Surf Shop. So jet ski, if you guys can pull a little bit wide, and coming from our contest director, last wave was affected by the jet ski right there. So
yep. So we got the camera ski pull back, please, a little bit. Camera ski pull back, please. Thank you very much. Last score for Mackay McNamara was a 7-1-3. And just looking at Mackay's score line here, that will be one of his top 3.
So Mackay did improve his standing, currently in 8th place right now. So looking pretty good for Mackay McNamara to advance on to the top 16. Time check, 6 minutes and 30 seconds counting down. And here's a little shot of, you can see by the indication of the flags right there, some of the wind that's come up today. We do have a swell that's been sticking around. It may have peaked this morning. And here we're going to have a nice replay of some of the last rides that took place here for the boys at North Shore Surf Shop. This is Landon McNamara on a backdoor barrel. Nice staying with it, getting behind the curtain before kicking out. And right here we got Mackay, his brother, also a nice backdoor barrel, and he had to kick out. And Luke Shepardson was right behind Mackay. And then right behind Luke, Eli Olsen with this little snap tube combo. So a little flurry of waves being ridden from the young guns from the North Shore Surf Shop here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Thanks you all for coming, joining us here on the beach as well as on the live webcast. And we got a time check. We're at the 5-minute mark. So 5 minutes counting down for North Shore Surf Shop and Red Bull. You guys can go on and paddle out if you have not already have done so. 5 minutes counting down.
So Team North Shore Surf Shop gets the 5-minute warning. Team Red Bull on standby. Heat number 6 is getting ready. They're out there looking in.
Come on, Landon, get this right.
And right now, on the bubble, Kieran Jabor at number 16. Landon McNamara also dropping into this wave at pipe. Airdrops, tucks in, stalls, and gets out with the spit. So, Landon.
Here we go. Eli Olsen, let's get him on camera. He's in a backdoor barrel and comes out looking for something. Punts it, lands it.
Oh, almost.
Almost.
Nice way to make a chair right there, using the knees, leaning back, lounging. Creative, bro. And then you get one pillow right on the other one. Oh, cozy yeah down there.
Here we go. Landon McNamara dropping in. Stalls a bottom turn. And kicks out. So
That was a good job for the way that wave was breaking. Landon did a good job being patient and finding the tube time, and then that load of spit that came out, he was able to hold on and find the clean exit. Stand by for the score. Last score for Landon McNamara, I believe, comes in at a 3.0. So that will not be one of his top 3.
outside boys coming from the control tower.
Outside, back one.
Outside back one.
Here we go. Is Landon McNamara in position? It looks like Luke Shepherdson. Nope, Mackay McNamara. Down the line speed, and that one just clamps shut.
Okay, so time check. 1 minute and 40 seconds. 1:40, and a replay of
Mackay McNamara's last backdoor wave. Started off looking good, and then it just really took off down the line, and no exit was available for Mackay McNamara. One of our younger competitors, age 19, here today.
Okay, so now we're a minute remaining. So under a minute for the Young Guns over here at the North Shore Surf Shop. Landon McNamara, Mackay McNamara, Luke Shepherdson, and Eli Olsen. Their time on the Hui clock is ticking down. Under a minute remaining. Next up's going to be Team Red Bull.
Go right, come on, go right, you guys. Do it.
Maybe one more chance for North Shore Surf Shop.
25 seconds.
Here we go. Up riding Eli Olsen. Gets a little caught up off the bottom on that stall. Now in the barrel, traveling, silhouetted, and Eli's out. So score that for Eli Olsen. Sneaky one. And there you go. The buzzer, the end of the heat for the North Shore Surf Shop. Here's a nice little replay of that last wave of Eli Olsen. Had to be real patient, wait, and then finds the barrel and an exit. And here we are back to live action. Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're just moments away for the start of the next 35-minute heat. As you can see, all the boys from North Shore Surf Shop coming on in right now. And we're going to take a small break and hear from one of our supporters, the Mo'oliola Foundation, and we'll be back right after this message with Team Red Bull in the water. We're going to stick with live action right now to watch Mark Matthews in a backdoor barrel and kick out there for Team Red Bull. So the heat's underway. And we're going to stick with this live action right now. We want to thank Mo'oliola Foundation for their support of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I'm Kaipo Guro, and joining me, brand new this morning, Professor Isaiah Walker. And Isaiah, just check out this replay. Opening ride, Mark Matthews getting busy real soon.
Mark Matthews is looking to improve because he's got one good wave score in his queue, but he's looking to build up a better one. Live action here looks like
Leonardo Fioravanti in and out of a pipeline barrel. So let's see where Leo's sitting right now.
I think Leo has yet to get up into the top rankings, but
yeah, so Leo's going to have to get busy in this heat right now from the stats that we have in front of us to make that top 16. But good start from with that pipeline barrel. Of course, Isaiah, this is Team Red Bull, and it consists of Leo, as we saw, Mark Matthews, as we saw, also in the water for Red Bull, and Billy Kemper. But right now, Isaiah, we got Kainoa McGee down on the beach. What's up, Kainoa?
What's up, boys? Looks like we're here with Luke Shepard. Got a sick backdoor, a sick backdoor wave. Perfect with the backdoor, the Hui Backdoor Shootout here in Reserverance of Duke Kahanamoku. Tell us about that wave. I mean, we keep asking everybody about how their wave was. It's so sick and it looks so fun. And from the beach, it looks perfect, but we know that's not the truth.
It is pretty perfect out there, but it's just kind of hard because there's not too much people out there. You can't really line up with everybody like when there's a normal crowd. So sometimes there's a little Aints Bowl comes in a little bit wide, and it's kind of hard to be at every spot. But yeah, that one, I was pretty psyched. Pulled in. I thought it was going to have like too long of a section, but I just made it. I was pretty stoked.
Sick. Yeah, and it's good that you bring up Aints because a lot of the waves are coming in at Aints. And like you said, because there's not a full-on crowd out there to kind of gauge yourself, it's kind of funny having less people is actually harder to surf pipe because you're so used to surfing with a lot of people. And so I notice a lot of times you guys, the competitors, not just your heat, but the other heats are getting sucked down to Aints, and then it shifts back over, way over in like a northwest bowl.
Comes almost like on the sandbar, like on the edge of the reef, and then goes all the way. But then there's those real good ones that go in from Aints all the way to off the wall. It's kind of hard to find all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you got one of those, so congratulations on that wave, and good luck with getting through to the top 16, bro. Good performance out there. Way to keep it up. The young guns, brother.
Thank you.
Backdoor Shootout. Aloha.
All right. Thank you, Kainoa. And like Kainoa said, Luke Shepherdson's one of the up-and-coming talents here, born and bred here on the North Shore, but a bit of a dark horse for a lot of the surfing world. But I'm going to tell you, that kid has a load of natural talent and ability on waves of all sizes. So great performance out there by Luke Shepardson, and good job by all the young guns there from the North Shore Surf Shop.
yeah, they had a young group, but nonetheless they put on a strong performance, and some of them still up in the top rankings, hoping to move on to the next round. Good job there, Kainoa. I love that word you use, reserverance.
That's right.
Which in some ways, I don't know if there's a combination of to revere and perseverance, but certainly Duke Kahanamoku does. We revere, and his memory is preserved through events like this.
Yeah, that's right. Kaipagura along with Professor Isaiah Walker. And good morning, Isaiah. Good to have you over here. And of course, you've been dropping us knowledge during this entire webcast of the life and times of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku, who we are in remembrance of here.
Yep.
And so just another great day. And hopefully we get some more pearls of wisdoms from you, Isaiah, as far as some history lessons that we may have, not just with Duke Kahanamoku, but with Hawaiian surfing in general. I think the audience has really enjoyed some of that insight.
Yeah, I mean, we're commemorating 50 years of the Duke Invitational competition, but to 125 years ago, when Duke Paoa Kahanamoku was born, of course, a Hawaii native, and he was from Honolulu, grew up in Waikiki in an area called Kalia. He was no stranger to surfing. In fact, he's often revered as the father of modern-day surfing in the sense that he was definitely a part of the revitalization of surfing.
And the initial globalization of surfing, actually introducing surfing to other states and countries like California and countries like Australia.
Yeah, and a lot of that had to do with Duke had a prolific career in Olympic swimming. He was a multi-gold medalist winner and loved, of course, the ocean. As we're looking at the ocean in the horizon, we hear the whistles going crazy. That means big wave out the back, breaking out the second reef. See if this lines up properly on the inside section for our competitors on the Red Bull team.
Well, these guys should have a lot of energy being from Red Bull. And we do have out in the water one of our top contenders, JOB, Jamie O'Brien, for Team Red Bull. But also out there, Billy Kemper, not looking bad at all, too. Currently in 6th in the standings. And Billy looking to better. He's got a 9.73 and a 7.87, looking to better his low of a 6.34. So that's pretty much Billy's mission out there, to get a wave that is above that mid-6 range.
Billy had some really good waves on the last day we held the event in round 1 and round 2. He actually suffered a concussion. I mean, it wasn't known by everybody, but one of those waves, I think it was that one that he Hail Married. It closed out, suffered a concussion, but went back out there. We had a few people just showing some warrior attributes and shaking it off and getting back out there. Talking about Duke Kahanamoku, and he was a performer, not just in Olympics and in surfing, but loved to perform in front of friends, and eventually going on to Hollywood and so forth. And they like to do a lot of fun antics. He was part of that crew that started the Hui Nalu Club, and eventually they were referred to as the Waikiki Beach Boys. Did a lot of fun antics. I saw one of our competitors out in the lineup, Jamie O'Brien. I don't know if you saw his fun antic this morning where he boogie boarded on his surfboard into a closeout while he was waiting for that heat to start. So a lot of fun things we see in competition and entertaining. Bodyboarded into that one. Sorry, Kainoa.
So we had a lot. We have debate over terminology, and right there, he's keeping us straight. Kainoa McGee keeping us straight, and it is a bodyboard because Boogie Board's a brand, and Kainoa actually one of Hawaii's top performing bodyboarders. Geez, a long time ago. But he's evolved. Guy surfs now, and he's even evolved even further. Now he's got a paddle, and a stand-up paddle, and probably one of the best sup guys out here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Also does a pretty good mean interview. So we'll be seeing more from Kainoa McGee. Right now, in the water, the Tahui clock is ticking away, Isaiah, to 26 minutes and 35 seconds for Team Red Bull. And all the boys out there just patiently waiting. Only on the board right now, a 5.4 for Leonardo and a 2.5 for Mark Matthews. So still a lot of work to be done for the boys at Red Bull, with 26 minutes and 20 seconds counting down.
Yeah, so a lot of the antics that the Waikiki Beach Boys were known for, first of all, their colorful names. A lot of really cool names that I guess you'd have to sort of know the kauna or the deeper message behind a lot of them. So, I don't know, did you say that your dad had a nickname? I was talking to somebody, I can't remember.
Ants. Yeah, he's Ants.
That's right. Do you know the kauna behind that? Kauna, of course, meaning kind of the deeper meaning or the metaphoric interpretation.
Well, his first name's Anthony, but it's more that when he was a kid on the beach, couldn't sit still, like he had ants in his pants. So that's where the nickname Ants came from. Of course, we have our legendary beach boy, Uncle Rabbit Kekai. And Uncle Rabbit was a rabbit because he was quick and had a number of other rabbit-like attributes. And just legendary beach boy there. We had Uncle Steamboat Mokuahi. Of course, steamboat is the English word for mokuahi, which is the Hawaiian word for steamboat. So there you go.
Hawaiian word for the day, moku ahi.
Moku ahi, yeah. Moku is any kind of vessel, or a moku can be an island, a moku can be a vessel, and ahi being, of course, flame or fire.
Fire.
And moku manu, kailua, we got all kinds of olelo getting shouted up here to our open air box.
All right. Out the back, the competitors are looking for a good wave to ride. That last heat, Rocky, you saw some really sick waves being ridden and ones not being ridden. So we know they're out there. You can look to the horizon, see the lines coming in.
Yeah, we got swells still on tap right now, and a little bit of a challenge with some of this side shore wind. And it's not been holding up the surfers in their performance at all, but the guy's going to have to be a little bit more selective for those gems out there at the Hui backdoor shootout. And the battery level is low, exchange battery, just a heads up. And we're back.
That's not a good sign. Yep. So honoring Duke Paoa Kahanamoku Kaipo. And so a lot of things that they love to do is put on a show. These guys were, similar to, the kind of things we see today in the surfing world. And thinking of Jamie O'Brien in this heat, he has his TV show on Red Bull that, a lot of fun kind of antics where you can see just enjoying life and mixing it up with the water sports. And so Duke Kahanamoku was definitely known for doing that. Everything from riding, big boards to small boards to standing up on their boards with paddles to all kind of different ways of riding waves and making it fun. Also entertainers. These guys were ladies' men as well. They were known to win the girls over with singing. They'd sing every night on the end of the pier. They're amazing musicians, and we still see that tradition. We're looking at one of them right now. So
there you go.
That tradition of music and surf and entertaining, and that lifestyle is very much a part of our culture of surfing.
All right, here we go. On the paddle, just as we were talking about, J-O-B, pipeline barrel, traveling, clamping, and can't give up on him. This is Jamie O'Brien. Okay. He's down. Time check. 22 minutes, 25 seconds for Red Bull. The Hui Surf Wax, you guys are going to be next, so wax it up. The Hui Surf Wax, you guys are going to be up next. And
all right, time check. We still got 22 minutes on the clock. 22 minutes, plenty time. We're also commemorating the surfing competitions began here on the North Shore in 1965 with that Duke Invitational over at Sunset Beach. Eventually, we've had some notable winners of that one. Jeff Hackman won that one a few times, and then until like 1973, we had Clyde Aikau win it, and that sort of started a new trend in Hawaiian surfers doing really well in that event.
Now, Isaiah, we got a little bit of a break right here. We got a lull in the action. Talking about Duke Kahanamoku being the father of modern surfing, that is, of course, kind of the revitalization of the sport and pursuit of surfing, because it was probably, and you can correct me because you're the professor, but probably at least a generation or two where surfing was not really practiced and almost frowned upon.
Yeah, there's some. I mean, I personally think that a lot of that, there's truth and non-truth to that. Let me explain. So, for years we've kind of heard the story that surfing died, like in some of the documentary films. They talk about how surfing died, and then eventually this guy named Alexander Hume Ford came over from Chicago and started this surf club called the Outrigger and revitalized surfing and taught everybody else how to surf. And then Duke was also surfing, but that story is, I mean, it's frustrating to me, and it's a little more complicated than that. Number one, yes, surfing was on the decline for sure, but it wasn't necessarily just because of cultural difference. For example, like you mentioned, Rocky, like certain entities like missionaries frowned upon it and so forth, but it was more so that the Hawaiian community in the late 1800s was suffering from tremendous rates of illness. And so a lot of communities were, struggling with survival. And I suppose if you're struggling to survive, surfing and a lot of other cultural forms struggled as well. However, it is not correct to suggest that it was dead and then somebody from Chicago came and revitalized it. That's simply incorrect. Primarily because Duke Kahanamoku was surfing before Alexander Hume Ford even showed up in Honolulu. And so you also had guys like George Freeth, who was Hawaiian, and several others. In fact, if you look at some of the photographs now that Bishop Museum has come out with, they do show surfing still going on. Although you are correct that it doesn't have that kind of vibrancy that it had earlier, like when Captain Cook first showed up, and there were near to 1 million Hawaiians here, yeah. and he noticed like, it's choking people surfing.
Right. I have never even heard of the Alexander guy that you're talking about, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, Alexander Hume Ford.
What book was that? That's a
long.
class right there? I didn't go to that class. Who's this Alexander guy? Alexander, Chicago. Who wrote that?
Yeah, he did. Him and Jack London were.
Okay,
Jack London was a famous author. Call of the Wild. I don't know if you ever read that book as a kid.
No, I don't want to.
Jack London wrote that one, but I mean, not to say they didn't contribute, but I mean, for certain, it was these Hawaiians like Duke Kahanamoku and his generations. One of the things that I'm, in the book that I wrote, one of my arguments, and this is my opinion, but the revitalization, in my opinion, was not because of these boosters that came to promote surfing for its market value in that time. It was because, precisely, in my opinion, that Queen Liliuokalani and the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy, when that took place, I think Hawaiians found themselves in a very perplexing place. In some ways a depressing place where they had to find themselves, and they found themselves on land being marginalized, meaning their space on land was in many ways stripped from them because of that overthrow. However, the ocean remained a place where there wasn't that kind of foreign control, and Hawaiians could control it themselves. And in fact, one of the things I say is that the ocean became a place that remained a spot for Hawaiians to kind of exert and to find their identity and their place in that hierarchy. And so the ocean is very significant for us as Hawaiians.
Yeah, and still to this day, the ocean remains our sanctuary to get away from, some of the hoo-hoo that you might have on land. You can move out to the ocean, and that's where you can wash all those worries away. And in Hawaii, of course, priority going to Hawaiian surfers because, like you said, it's almost been, almost 200 years now of having that revitalization and that space out there.
Yeah, and it is a sanctuary for a lot of people. We've been going to this public service announcement where it shows the Mauli Ola Foundation, and it opens up with this young girl. I believe she, cystic fibrosis, and she's saying, in the water I feel free. There's something about it, right? I mean, the feeling, the exhilaration of riding a wave and being in tune with the ocean, it does offer that kind of pu'uhonua in Hawaiian, call it our kind of sanctuary for us. And looking to the sanctuary now, we see some lines coming in out the back. This heat has been a little slower than our previous one, but hopefully it'll turn on.
Yeah, that's right. Red Bull in the water with a time check of 16 minutes counting down. 16 minutes for Red Bull.
Looks like a rider. Got Billy Kemper looking at back door. There's a deep one. Pulls into it. Still going. Oh, and he comes out.
So there you go. And that's exactly what Billy wanted to do in this heat. He wanted to better his low of a 6.3 that he has in his score line. Top 3 waves, and that wave could very well do that. Backdoor barrel for Billy Kemper. Here's a replay, Isaiah.
Yeah, he was so behind this, and the wind looked like it might have been a factor, but he still pulls under that lip, traveling deep. You can't even see his board. Comes out, gives the look to the beach for little claim.
Gosh, he made that look really, really easy. So we'll be on standby for last score of Red Bull's Billy Kemper. With a time check, 15 minutes, 10 seconds counting down for the Red Bullies. There we go. Score just locked in for Billy Kemper. It's going to be in the score bank for sure, and a deposit of a 9-point ride. So 9-point ride for Billy Kemper. Currently sitting in 6th place. I think he's going to move up a slot or two there and make his standing look very, very strong to advance with the top 16 into round 4 and 5 here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, Billy had a 9.73 in round 2 and a 7.87 in round 1, so that'll definitely improve his situation.
And there's those buggers that give us all the scores right there in our judges' tower. They just gave Billy Kemper a 9-point ride. Thank you to the crew up there, Shiloh, Anthony, Lapo, and EJ. Our great judges. Those guys got the hardest job out here. They got to score every single one of these rides. 1 to 10-point scale down to 100-point. Billy Kemper going pipeline, stalling in the barrel, and no exit for that one for Billy. 13 minutes and 50 seconds counting down.
Looks like Marth Matthews going backdoor, and this one drops down, stalls, it's in the barrel, gets a good cover up there, and exits.
So there you go. Nice little flurry back and forth. We'll wait for Mark Matthews' score. He did open up with a 6.51.
Yeah. Seeing the sun start to creep out here, we got, whoa, right on. ZZ Top on the beach.
Yeah. Right there, brother. Rocky's jealous of your beard no matter what he says. He's going to keep on trying to get like a beard like that. One day he can grow up too. We're going to get him there.
All right. Yeah, the sun's breaking out. We got some beautiful weather. And looking way out to the horizon, we see some more lines starting to march in. Hopefully they reach our competitors in an agreeable way. So we're here again at Bonsai Pipeline. This is the Hui Backdoor Shootout commemorating Duke Kahanamoku and that first event, the Invitational, 1965.
Yeah, 1965 starting that lineage and history of surf competitions here on the North Shore. And some memorable moments from that Duke Kahanamoku Invitational. Isaiah, you're the expert on this, but that series, that Duke Invitational ran all the way through the 70s, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. The last one was in 1984.
84, wow.
And I don't know. There's a lot of question, and I guess talk to different people about what happened to the event and why it ended. In some ways, it was, I think, also caught in the crossfire between, there was a lot of on the tour right then in 1982, 1983. We had that, we talked about last time, Rocky. We're talking about how Dane Kealoha kind of got caught up in that mix too as things were transitioning between the ASP and the IPS, whereas the IPS was the former world tour. The ASP starts in 1982, run by the Australians. In particular, Ian Carnes was leading that tour. And then so the IPS was led by Fred Hemmings and Randy Rarick. And so they ended up having their piliquias. I'm not too sure about all the dramas there, but they eventually started instead the Triple Crown. So the Triple Crown starts in 1983. The Duke Invitational is still part of the Triple Crown in 1983, and we talked last time that Dane Kealoha was the winner of that event. He won the Pipe Masters also, but kind of similar to this year where it looked like Dusty Payne was a shoo-in for the Triple Crown because he got first and second. In the end, unfortunately, because he lost early, he ended up relinquishing that title. That was a similar story for Dane Kealoha as Michael Ho snuck up from behind and ended up winning the Triple Crown in the end with the World Cup victory.
Yeah, Michael Ho, and see what a small world we live in. Mike's son, Mason Ho, is right now at the top of the leaderboard, top of the points board here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
And in 1984, his brother Derek wins.
That's right. And Derek went off to winning also in the modern age, Hawaii's first world title.
There we go. Talking about the hose, there we have Mason paddling back out. Had some of the most stellar performances on our first day. I mean, even we were talking, Rocky, about, Kaipo.
I let you slide for a long time on that one, but that's okay.
This is weird. Like, we're good friends. I know you very well.
Everybody calls me Rocky, too. It's really weird because he's got a beard and he's about 3 inches taller than I am, but it's okay.
But we were really weird. I was thinking, it's kind of like in a family when you have a lot of people and you're trying to yell at them and you call them every name before you get to their actual name.
You got 5 kids, Isaiah. I'm sure you do it all the time. You go down the list until you get the right name. What about you? Get over here.
So we were talking last time that you're right that Derek Ho was the first to technically win an ASP world title. Although that incident with Dane Kealoha, that he was in the running, won those 2 events, would have clinched it, but unfortunately got his points relinquished. I don't know if they could. Sometimes people apologize and change their mind on things. That seemed like one that would deserve a recognition.
Yeah, some type of symbolic recognition on that one. So a nice little look into history, of Hawaiian surf history there with Isaiah Walker. 9 minutes remaining, counting down for the Red Bull crew. Team Red Bull all out there. And that wind line's starting to disappear, so conditions, as they often do here on Oahu, change by the minute. And things are starting to look a little bit more glassy out there. We've got the kids all building sand castles, bearing each other. Good job, kids. Nobody gets school today. Have fun at the beach. Enjoy.
Yeah, we have these variable winds, meaning that they vary in direction and in speed, and so they're sometimes blowing from the south, sometimes go dead, and depending on the the convective system on the land.
Isaiah, when I was a kid, I used to think that trade winds were variable winds because I thought the wind was trading different directions, so I thought that was the trade winds. And then everybody's like, no, trade is normal, bruh. It's not trading direction. That's the prevailing wind. When it trades direction, that's variable. But you want to confuse a 6-year-old, there you go. Trade winds.
You call it kamoa'e, which was the Hawaiian word for the trade winds, kamoa'e. Usually blowing from the northeast. We know that the way that the earth spins and so forth. So we're looking out to the horizon. Some waves coming out the back. So far we've seen Billy Kemper lock in our biggest score in this heat. Mark Matthews got a 5-point ride. Leo also had a 5.4. Jamie just sitting on a 2.4. Here we have live action with Mark Matthews. And welcoming to the booth, Kala Alexander.
Aloha, everybody. Welcome to the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, some brother just got smashed at off the wall. Or ain'ts.
I want to give a big shout out to one of our main sponsors, Ambry Genetics, the #1 genetic and diagnostic laboratory in the world. You cannot treat whatever it is that may be ailing you until you find out what it is. And that's what Ambry Genetics is all about.
Yeah, that's really cool that, Kala, you've been involved a lot with the Mauliola Foundation and reaching out to, communities in need. And how did that come about?
It's it's a long story, but it all started with the Dunlop brothers. Met them about 12, 13 years ago over here, and I just thought they were surfers. They actually surf really good too, but turns out they're like a couple of the smartest guys I've ever, if not the smartest guys I've ever met in the world. They started a genetic laboratory, and they do diagnostic testing for hospitals around the country and around the world. A lot of cancer testing too. As recently as a year and a half ago, there was a patent on the most common mutations that cause breast cancer. And so that meant that only that one laboratory with that patent could do the testing. And competition breeds excellence. And when you only have one company doing the testing, they don't ever try to make it cheaper, more efficient, better. You know, they don't care about the customers as much as they should. You know, now we actually fought them in court and pretty much kicked their ass. And now we are able to test for those mutations, and we do it at less than half the price. And it's all about helping people because, like I mentioned the other day, you cannot start treating whatever it is that is wrong with you until you find out exactly what it is. So diagnostics we got a great ride going down right now. Billy Kemper, is that live?
That was a replay, but
replay.
But yeah, I mean,
so those guys, the Dunlop brothers, actually, when they found out that salt water helps, they found out that saline is the actual part of everyday treatment for kids with cystic fibrosis. So they thought, why don't we take these kids surfing? It's way better than sitting in the house, getting saline through a nebulizer. Mm-hmm. And they called me and Uncle Eddie. So it's awesome. Maliola was started over a dinner at Lele's with me, Uncle Eddie. Uncle Eddie is one of the founders, and Charlie and James Dunlop. And the rest is history. We've taught over 1,000 kids with cystic fibrosis how to surf. Many of them are still surfing, and many of them have actually rearranged their whole lifestyle to center around surfing and the ocean. And not only does it help them breathe better, but, it gives them a sense of accomplishment, and empowerment and self-esteem and morale is really important when you're fighting, a disease.
Yeah, we were talking earlier with me and Kaipo, talking about the healing properties that the ocean has in so many ways, not just physically, but socially and mentally and culturally. But looking to the lineup, we see some sets marching in. Hopefully the boys are in the right spot for this one. I know Jamie's antsy.
These guys are usually in the right spot, these guys.
Looking to improve on his situation, although Jamie's sitting quite comfortably as it looks now with a 10 and a 9 and a 9.57. However, I'm sure he just wants to get a lot of good waves and have fun at this point. But in order to break that top, he would have to better a 9-point ride, which is not too challenging, I think, for Jamie.
No, not at all. But I tell you, I was in the fourth heat, and it is tough out there. It's tough to read. It's tough to know where to be, especially in 35 minutes. It's usually when you surf pipe, you don't want to rush things, and I don't. But I'm grateful to be able to surf out there with 3 of my friends, and it's a great day. It looks like the wind's picked up a little bit, so wave choice is really going to be a huge part of the rest of the this round. Pretty much, if you can get a good ride, you may get the best score.
All right, so time check. Looks like we're down to under 2 minutes. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds left. 1 minute and 40 seconds. We'll hope to see if there's one more set that comes through here before the end of the heat. Do see some lines out in the horizon. Hopefully they make the way here within the time left. So far we have Billy Kemper sitting on a 9-point ride. Mark Matthews has a 5.77 and a 5.03. Leo has a 5.4 and a 0.83, and Jamie looks to just have one wave with a 2.4. So, unfortunately, this heat is a little slower than the previous one.
Well, I know exactly what Jamie's trying to do. Knowing, he has 3 really excellent scores. He doesn't really need to chase any wave, really. He can wait for the best one. He could do one of 2 things. He could be catching whatever wave comes his way, or just, avoid injury, and maybe if a really good wave comes his way, he goes. But he really doesn't even need to surf.
Looks like our Italian surfer straightening out on that one. Unfortunately, did not cooperate with him on that one, but probably good experience being, Leo, I think, is a pretty young kid, and be able to come out here and surf with just 4 guys. That's quite an opportunity.
You know what? I got to give all the young guys props. All the young guys are surfing really good. It's great to see Hawaiian surfing is in good hands, and so many young, really good, talented surfers coming up in Hawaii, and it's awesome to see.
Okay, well, that was the end of that heat. That was Team Red Bull. And we're going to check out this. We'll be back. We're going to check out these few short words, and we'll be back with our next heat in a moment. Next in the water right now, we have our team Dahui Wax. Mason Ho is in red. Sorry, there's no colors, but my screen has colors. I just remembered this contest, no more jersey. Kieran Jabur, Kamale Alexander, and Dean Morrison. So those are our 4 surfers who are in the lineup now. They have 35 minutes to catch as many waves as they want, I suppose, but they're looking to put 3 top scorers into their final calculation. Right now, Mason Ho is sitting on the top of our list, even though he's only been, only surfed 2 rounds. So he's in a comfortable place with a 9.23, an 8.5, a 9.53, and a perfect 10. So we've only had a handful of perfect 10s in this event. Jamie O'Brien held one of them, Mason Ho another, and Bruce Irons the third. So the third of the 10s. So we've had 3 10s so far in this event. And I think even at least a couple of them I saw up on the internet that a couple of them did become Wave of the Winter events. Okay, we'll see if it works this time. Now we're going to our commercial break. We'll see you back in a moment.
For those of you watching the webcast, that was a promo for the Stand Up World Tour event at Sunset, of which I will hopefully be a part of with all these other great watermen. We got Keali Imamala will be in it. Ikaika Kalama, we were lucky enough to see them out here the other day in unfortunately not as good conditions as we'd hoped for, but they were still ripping, and those guys are great watermen. Just a testament to how knowledgeable and how talented they are.
Yep, and both those two, Keli'i and Ikaika from my hometown, Hilo, Big Island.
Yep.
So it's cool to see.
FBI. Yeah, those are two of my favorite stand-up paddlers too. Like, Ikaika was the guy that really inspired me to get involved with stand-up paddling.
Yep, looks like we're going to throw it down to the beach with our last heat winner from that one. So down to you, Kainoa.
Hey, right on. Here we are again, Kainoa McGee here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout 50th Memorial Contest for Duke Kahanamoku. I'm here with Billy Kemper, just coming in off that last heat. And what place were you in before that heat started, Billy?
I think I was in 6th. I had one really good score and then like a high 7 and a 6. So I really wanted to replace that 6. So I kind of just sat out there and was patient and actually lucked into a really good wave.
Yeah, it looks like today compared to the first day of competition is definitely a lot more challenging. The swell seems a little more crossed up, and looks like we got some side wind on this bad boy. So it looks like you got to be in the right place. Here we go. We got some sets here. Looks like you got to be like in the exact right place to get it. And like you said, you wanted a bigger score. Ended up with another 9. So it looks like you may either move up a couple more places, or who's this right here? Oh, that was, sorry, I don't know if you guys could see that, but we're over here fans as well, so we're watching. So now you got 2 9s and a 7 under your belt. You started off in 6. Looks like you made a couple places. Looks to me like you're pretty much solid in there. What's your feeling about that? They're only taking the top 16, so to be part of that top 16, to me, is definitely an honor.
Yeah, for sure. And with the south-southwest wind picking up, it is a little wonky, but I mean, you're surfing pipe and backdoor with a couple of your friends out. You can't complain. And I just want to say big thanks to Dahui and Uncle Eddie for giving us this opportunity and really giving back to the surfers. I mean, you can't complain. And there's definitely the diamond in the rough out there. And I think I was lucky enough to get into one of those.
Yep, definitely got yourself a diamond in the rough. And again, just big mahalos to Uncle Eddie, Mahina, and the rest of the Hui gang, because not only are they putting on an awesome event for the locals, but the best thing about it is they feed us. Chee-hoo! Gotta love that. Okay, boys, back up to you. Aloha.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you, Kainoa. Congratulations, Billy. Great surfing. Speaking of food, I want to give a big shout out to Kono's restaurant for those burritos. Those were delicious. Kono's is in Haleiwa Town. They're open for breakfast and lunch every day. Appreciate it. To Tyler, Wes, and all the boys over there, mahalo. I'll probably see you in there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so we've enjoyed a lot of aloha on the beach this whole event. We've run, this is our 3rd day running, and each of the days we've had a lot of good vibe, a lot of good food, and we're very appreciative of all the support and the grinds we've been enjoying. So Billy Kemper had a great heat, scored a 9 on that in that last heat. I know the waves were a little slower than maybe they wanted to see, but nonetheless, a 9-point ride is exactly what he was looking for to move up in the rankings. So time check now, we have 28 minutes remaining in this heat, so plenty of time. We haven't seen many waves ridden, but we did see Kieran Jabbour scored a 6-point ride on his one wave. So Kieran, you have a 6 for that wave that you caught. And otherwise, we're waiting for some more waves to march on in here. Looking on the live feed, we got the scores here of Kieran as a 6, and as you can see, Kamale had a big one up and down, but the others are still waiting for their first wave. Lots of waves to be had, though. We can look out to the horizon, see the swells coming in. Hopefully they line up right for the competitors. Seen a few broken boards today.
Oh, we got a rider up on the left. Looks like
Dean Morrison.
Dean Morrison. I believe Dean's in the top 10 too. So, but I know he wants to replace one low score, so he can stay there.
Yep, Dean is currently in 7th place and looking to hopefully improve his situation.
Yep.
He had a really good score of a 9.4 in round one.
So he's looking to replace a 7.07 on his score line to stay up there. And it's a good idea because a lot could change out of Pipeline really quickly with one wave.
All right, looking down the beach, we have a lot of spectators hanging out, enjoying the awesome surf. One thing that's always a pleasure is to be on the beach at Pipeline, feel the action. Looking at a replay here of Dean Morrison trying to drag, slow himself down, but is unable to get deep in that one. I believe this is Kamale.
No. I think that was Kieran.
Yep, Kieran Jabbour looking to improve his 6-point ride. Kieran Jabbour is sitting right in that spot where he's in 16th place, and he's looking to improve what looks like a 5-point ride. So it looks like he accomplished that already. So good job, although he still has 25 minutes on the clock to improve. We got Mason Ho, our current leader of this round 1 and 2. He's out in this heat looking to improve on some of his scores.
This is a great team. Such a group of such amazing surfers in this heat right now.
All right, so this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, commemorating 50 years of professional surfing on the North Shore with the Duke Invitational, but we're also, of course, commemorating Duke Kahanamoku himself. The man, the myth, the legend, humble guy. We used that word the other day. Ha'a in Hawaiian means to be humble. And oftentimes, you know, we need to remember that quality. Is a very Hawaiian tradition of remaining humble, as Duke was definitely a humble individual, but nonetheless does not mean that he was a passive person or someone who did not have the kind of aggressive drive.
He let his actions do the talking. Speaking of humble Hawaiian, you see Uluboy Napeahi taking a dip down there by the water from Team Hurley. Another very humble Hawaiian. And currently, Uluboy is sitting at 13th and has a low score of 5.93. He's looking to replace. So, Uluboy, you are in 13th. You need to get a couple good rides. Stay up there. Boy, you know I'm rooting for you. Keep it up.
Yep.
Kai Barger, another really great young pipe surfer. Amazing out here as well. What a great team Hurley has. I mean, there really is no bad team in this event. Every one of the guys on all these teams are people that you see out here normally whenever it's good. Looks like Kieran Jabbour is looking for a wave out there. Kieran is a fantastic surfer. Two of his best friends are Cole Rothman, John Florence, and Eli Olsen. Those 4 guys right there, they're always looking for the best waves, no matter how big or how small. And it's just amazing to watch how far they have come, you know, and how awesome each one of their attitudes are, too, as well. They're all very humble, and they would be doing this whether they got paid or not, Isaiah.
Yeah. And, yeah, very fortunate to call yourself a professional surfer, to be able to surf out here as your job. And we still have 22 minutes on the clock, 22 minutes and 50 seconds. Got a wave out the back. Let's see if we got a rider. And they opt not to catch that one. You do have, as you're saying, Kala, a little bit of that texture on the water from the wind. But nonetheless, the waves still are out there available. We did see Billy Kemper get one, even though the wind was blowing in it. It was hollow enough to allow him to come out.
I'd love to see my brother get a couple good rides and hopefully go into the top 16. You know, my brother, one year he actually got 5th in the Pipe Masters and took out, I believe, Daniel Wills and also Taj Burrow. He took him out head-to-head in 8 to 10 foot pipe, man-on-man. So my brother can get it done, too. If the wave comes his way, he can get the job done.
Yeah, I remember that. He did really well in that event.
Yeah, he's a well-rounded surfer. He surfs good at Sunset and pretty much everywhere he surfs. And, You know, he got second to Pancho Sullivan in the Excel one year, and I honestly think he should have won that. I think they overscored one of Pancho's waves, but, you know, everybody knows how good Pancho is, and, you know, he is no stranger to winning at Sunset, but I definitely thought my brother got the edge on him in that contest. But that's the awesome thing about being on the North Shore and surfing on the North Shore. The level of surfing here is just so high. You get to see surfers from all over the world, and, you know, so many different approaches. You know, it's really awesome to see.
All right, so we have 21 minutes left on the clock. We got some paddle going on here. Looks like Kieran Jabbour taking a look at a smaller backdoor wave. Going down the line, hoping to pull into this one.
Wow.
It grows on him. Still in it.
Like I said, Isaiah, Kieran is just one of the best surfers out here, hands down. I think he's highly underrated, and you could see how great his technique is on that wave.
Yeah, we'll see if we can queue up a replay for our live feed. But yeah, that wave definitely grew. It looked, when he first took off, I didn't think it was a great choice. But walk us through this one.
Yeah, you see him. He's eyeing the section up down the line, and he picks a line and pretty much rides that wave about as deep as you could possibly ride it. So really great effort there. There you see Mick O'Brien's house with the Mauleola tent. Any of you out there looking to get involved with the Mauleola Foundation, go to mauleola.org. Numerous ways to contribute. We got signature hats available on our website by Makua Rothman, Sonny Garcia.
There's a
Jimmy
bomb wave
O'Brien.
here.
Ooh, Dean Morrison shuts down on him.
So
You know-
Dingo, unfortunately, that wave didn't cooperate. But looks like some more sets starting to march in. Got a rider here going left.
Looks like my brother Kamale getting in the barrel. Come on, buddy.
Almost comes out of that one, but unfortunately the section
Good effort.
clamps down.
Definitely tough conditions out there right now.
Still plenty of time on the clock, though. We have 19 minutes, so a lot of time to catch some more good ones, and we do see some sets marching through from the outside out in the horizon. So those of you just joining us, welcome. This is the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku.
Olympic gold medalist, movie star, all-around legend, and waterman.
Yeah, certainly. And that tradition. I was just talking earlier with Kaipo, and we're talking about how he's, you know, a musician and an actor and a lot of different things. And I mean, we still see that, you know, in our surfers today. We have some good musicians.
Makua Rothman's a great example. You know, he's done some stunt work also, and he had one part in Hawaii Five-0, and, you know, great fisherman, spear fisherman, you know, anything. You know, he's just well-rounded. Hunting. Guy's pretty much good at everything.
Out the back, we got a wave coming in. Looks like Mason's trying to get into this one. See if he can get it. Takes off. Looking down the line. See if it cooperates. Unfortunately, it doesn't, so he's out of that one.
It's like conditions are getting a lot trickier out there.
All right, so Mason Ho again is currently leading our competition, and what they'll do is take the top 16 from these first 3 rounds and go into a final round. Here we have a replay here of Dingo. That one, as you can see, it shut down on him.
Yeah, if you know Dean Morrison at all, you know the rights at Pipeline are pretty much his favorite thing to do in surfing. I mean, that's what he lives for. That's what he froths for, are those rights out at Pipeline. And he oftentimes gets very good ones out there too. Really great surfer from the Gold Coast.
Yeah, you can see he's put in his time here over the years. He's done really well in a lot of the different Pipeline events. Former ASP World Tour surfer.
Yep.
And from Australia. Looks like we have a rider here.
It's like Kieran. Yeah, Dean Morrison has recently started surfing the outer reefs and jaws, and he's just a great surfer all around, and it's good to see him getting out there in the big stuff too.
Okay, so the backdoor shootout. We've had a great run of waves so far over the last couple of days that we've run the event, and we're looking also to this
Pretty
weekend.
much the best
hopefully.
waves of the whole year, huh?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say, Isaiah?
I think so. For sure.
Thanks again to Uncle Eddie and the Hui and all the boys from Huio He'enalu.
Holy smokes. Packing this one comes out none other than Dean Morrison.
Dean Morrison himself. He obviously likes to go left too.
You know it's a good wave when the crowd sort of gives up on you and then you come popping out the other end. That's always exciting.
You get a replay right here of Dean Morrison's wave. Great approach. Wow. I thought it was history on that. That's when you think somebody's going to wipe out and they make it. Those are usually good scores right there.
Well, although the wind seems to be picking up, it may be blowing in some more waves because we do see some waves out the back. Despite that texture, we know that it's out there. Dean Morrison just got a really nice barrel. So let's see what this series of waves or set waves have on offer.
Those of you on the beach wondering what those swimmers are doing out there in the lineup, those are actually photographers. If you keep your eyes out on them, you'll see that when the wave comes past them, they will hold up their cameras. And yes, if you're wondering if that was dangerous, yes, it is very dangerous. And that is why they all have helmets on. That reef is probably 3 to 4 feet below them, and with the power of that wave, it wouldn't be too hard to get bounced off that reef. So that is a tough job right there. My hat's off to the photographers.
All right, we need Jamie Mitchell to report to the judging scaffolding, please. Yeah, so the cameraman job, a dangerous one. One of my very good friends, John Mozo, gave his life to that career of filming right here at Pipeline at Backdoor.
So sad. Great guy. I was actually fortunate enough to meet John Mozo in Tahiti, him and his brother, and talk about the Aloha spirit and the positive vibes those guys had it, and Tahiti was my first trip to Tahiti was great, and those brothers, they definitely made it even more special.
Yeah, he's an amazing guy, amazing family man, and
and I know his daughter is carrying on the tradition. She's a great photographer in her own right.
Yep. So his family of photographers, and I mean that was kind of when taking pictures of waves, unridden waves, was kind of a new thing. So
yeah, I actually had some really good shots taken by John myself, as most of us have if you surfed the North Shore in the last 10 years.
All right, so we have 13 minutes on the clock remaining. 13 minutes. And looking at scores for Kieran Jabbour, he ends up bettering his situation. He got a 7.57 for that backdoor wave. So that'll catapult him up a couple of steps on the list for the top 16.
That was a very technical ride.
And Dean Morrison gets a 7 for his wave. Looking at live action here, we got a barrel.
Kieran Jabbour.
It's like Kieran Jabbour again. He's staying busy out there, finding those gems.
Looks like we got another set coming in.
So Dean Morrison, improving his situation, he was looking to replace a 7. Well, actually he just does the same. But looking at a replay here of Kieran Jabbour, gets the barrel up and out. Kieran in this heat has added two waves to his total, so he'll be happy about that. And looking out the back, we see some waves coming in.
another big mahalo to the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Those guys always got our back, and I always feel safe. Whether it's the Eddie Aikau or contest at Pipe, Sunset, the SUP contest, those guys always got your back.
Look at this one coming in. We'll see if this wave cooperates with our competitors.
This one behind, the second one could be a decent one.
And the competitors will let that set go by. Looks like Kieran Jabur taking a look at this one. He goes left. And unfortunately, the wave doesn't offer much as far as getting a barrel ride. So we're seeing a lot of the wind conditions changing here and there. And you look out to the ocean, if you wonder, well, the ocean looks kind of like the Kona side on the Big Island. Oftentimes we call the winds the Kona winds when they blow from a different direction, from the west. Some more waves coming in, and unfortunately no riders on these ones, but we've enjoyed a great event. And again, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, commemorating 50 years of the Duke Invitational Competition, which began in 1965 on the North Shore, and it had a pretty long run, almost 20 years. It ended in 1984, and we had a lot of memorable events there. It used to be, first it was part of the Triple Crown event, but ended in 1984 with Derek Cole winning that last event.
Two other notable winners of that event are Clyde and Eddie Aikau. They also each won the Duke at one time, and I believe Clyde actually won it first.
Yeah, that was I think everybody was kind of surprised because Clyde was the younger brother, and as younger brothers go, I guess they have to be competitive to try and keep up with the older one, and sure enough, he ended up taking it out first.
Yeah, I think Clyde, how old is Uncle Clyde? About 65 years old? I mean, I swear last year I seen him get the best barrel at Inside Sunset of the whole year, and he's 65 years old. And so, yeah, he still wants it. You can see it in his eyes. If that wave comes, he's going.
Yeah, and we're talking about the term ha'aha'a or humility, and certainly the Aikau family has that. One thing you notice that because there's been a lot of recent attention on Eddie Aikau with films and with the event and so forth, and it's really Clyde who's telling most of those stories. If you look into even the books that are written and so forth, it's Clyde telling the story, which shows what kind of a person and a brother he is, because not once does he talk about himself. But if you look at Clyde's record, I mean, he has a stellar history of competitive surfing and was there all those days with his brother. I mean, winning all these big wave events. Like you said, he's in his mid to late 60s and still out there charging Waimea. The guy's a hero too, but you know that he'd never sing his own song for touting himself. So a lot of legends we're celebrating at this event.
If you look across the board in surfing from all generations, some of the best surfers in the world, they all came from like a family where they had a few siblings, like one or two brothers, and they all were around. They had to live with each other, and so every day they're competing, trying to one-up each other. I mean, look at the Irons brothers, look at the Hobgood brothers, look at Kalani and Marvin Foster. Look at Michael Kealoha, Dane Kealoha. It's just
Kamale and Kala. How did that play out for you guys?
Makua and Koa Rothman. I mean, John, Nathan, Ivan Florence. I mean, it really, there's a lot of brothers out there that surf together and push each other and every day because they just can't get away from each other. They got to go to the same house at the end of the day, too, when they're young, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock. And we looking outside, we do see more of those waves coming in. One fizzling out there on the second reef. Like Mason's racing over there. He's no stranger to that part of the peak.
Mason Ho just loves to surf. This
And he
guy is stoked to surf.
whips
Look at
around.
Goofy Foot. Yeah, that's Mason Ho right there going Goofy Foot right there. You can tell his right foot is stronger. Oh, he's pulling in. Here we go. Oh, love it.
Going for it.
That is one character right there. You can be sure you're going to see that guy on the podium in the Triple Crown many, many times over the next few years.
It's nice to see just having a good time. That's a sign of being very comfortable.
Yeah.
In these kind of
He's got
waves.
a really high score, too, so he doesn't really... I mean, he's got a 28 point something out of 30, so I think he's cemented his place in the semis. You know, for those of you who don't know Mason, he usually rides the other way with his left foot forward, so he was just making a little fun of it. Oh, Kieran Jabor, wow. The skill it takes just to make it that far is,
And
I can't talk enough about it.
Escaping that guillotine right as it closes out.
Wow, that was nuts.
Any normal human being would have soiled themselves on that one, but he's going for it. Manages to ride to safety. And as you were saying earlier, Kala, about where the cameramen were, that's a very shallow part of the wave. So we've seen a lot of people bouncing off the reef. Even in this event, we had a few competitors getting injured, but fortunately, no one being seriously injured. So we're blessed for that.
Yeah, pipeline will put you in your place if you don't respect it. And like I said before, if you're going to surf pipeline, you need to want it, and you need to give everything you got every time you catch a wave, every time you try to catch a wave. If you don't, then you might want to ask yourself if you really should be out there, because it is a very dangerous wave.
Okay, so we have 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Counting down 4 minutes. Out on the water again. We have Kieran Jabor, Dean Morrison, Kamale Alexander, and Mason Ho. And they are all representing the team, the Hui Wax. So we have a bunch of teams going at it today, 4 people in each team. And so we have, we're getting down to our top 16. The goal is to narrow it down to the top 16 surfers, where we'll have a final round. We need one more day of competition for that final round. But looking out the back, we have Mason Ho wondering which way he wants to stand up on this wave. Instead, does a big turn. Looks like a bigger board he's riding, but doesn't slow him down from getting one big snap in there on the left.
Yeah, bigger boards don't necessarily feel that big out here. There's so much power. And I guess the same could be said for every spot on the North Shore, pretty much. The power here is just unbelievable. Yeah, you're right. He did kind of hesitate right before he stood up there, watching the replay here on the webcast.
You know, we haven't seen the switch stance art as much in the last couple of decades, but you know, there were a lot of surfers who that was part of their repertoire, was being able to switch stance. And so you see some of the older guys still doing that.
You know, Isaiah, I got to say, though, the best surfer both ways, backside, frontside, either way, would have to be Rusty Keaulana. The guy is just... he can surf backside and frontside on the right, backside and frontside on the left, and you cannot tell which is his best way. He'll do equally hard bottom turns, top turns, either way, backside or frontside. Just an amazing surfer from Makaha, and another amazing Hawaiian waterman, son of legendary icon Buffalo Keaulana.
Yeah, Buffalo Keaulana was not only one of the early surfers at Makaha and surfing the competitions, but several of his kids, of course, and grandkids. We had one of his grandsons in the stand-up division the other day in this event.
Nolan Keaulana. And wasn't he a crew member on the Hokulea also?
yeah, we talk a lot about Eddie Aikau going on the voyage to Tahiti, but that was in 1978. The first voyage to Tahiti was in 1976, and they successfully made their way down to Tahiti. And we're talking about Buffalo Keaulana being one of those crew members. Likewise, Ikaika Kalama's father, Boogie Kalama, was also in that same crew. And here we go. Your brother, Kamale, stalling
Yep.
for a barrel.
Great style there. Nice. I think he was going to kick out, and then he saw the next wave, and he was like, oh, I might just want to head towards shore. I believe Tiger Esperi was a crew member at one time also. My Uncle Tiger, one of the best fishermen and surfers ever known to walk the earth.
Yeah, Tiger.
Yep. Taught me how to drive when I was 12 years old. And
I grew up, well, he wasn't from the same island, but we're the same age with Elijah Young. Right on. So we're on the live feed. We're looking at a replay right now of that last wave of Kamale Alexander. You can see how that wind kind of makes it a little challenging, but nonetheless still pulls into the barrel. It's able to kick out.
that's my brother. One thing about him, he's got really nice style, good technique. Kind of had to bob and weave under that first section, squeaked in, and had a nice little ride.
Yeah, very smooth. Now, on the maybe you could explain, I'm not too sure, but it says on his points here that he didn't have any points from round one. Not too sure if that's a typo.
That's correct. Yeah, he wasn't able to get a wave in that first heat.
Ah.
Yeah, it's tough out there.
Okay, well, that's the end of that heat. We'll be moving on to the next one. But before then, we're going to go to look a little bit more at Mauliola Foundation. We'll be back in a moment.
You know, you're going to get down there and the kids are just smiling, stoked. All of them. All of them. They're just, it's just like, it's a real touching thing, you know, to make someone's day. Maybe it made their month or year until the next time we do the event. So I think that's what really counts, is putting smiles on everyone's face. It's not all about you, it's about everyone else around you. You know, I hope we get every single one of those kids hooked on surfing.
We're back to live action here. And looks like that was the first wave from Uluboy Napeahi. Kai Barger taking a look at this one. Going left, he's stalling for the barrel, looking for it. Rides up high, unfortunately gets clipped on that one. All right, so this is, we're looking at now Team Hurley. This is Mason Ho coming in from that previous round. But Team Hurley, looking at Mayan Goodwin, who's on that team, taking a look at that wave. Doesn't cooperate, so he's out. More waves out the back, though.
Checking out the replay of that last ride for Kai Barger, and just gets hung up, clipped by the lip, and goes down. This is Team Hurley heat. Coming up next, we got a stand-up paddle expression session. 2 heats of stand-up paddle expression session that'll be taking place. At least that's what I heard. And we have Bera Kainoa standing by on the beach with someone from the last heat.
Hey, how's it, boys? I'm standing here at Kieran Jabor, just coming out of the heat. from that last heat in the water here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. So, Kieran, looks like you needed some scores before you went out there. Could you hear them announcing the scores while you were out there?
The Kona winds are blowing, and I couldn't hear anything that was going on out there. I was just trying to get as many scores as I could, and it's pretty hard right now, like crumbly. But if it was offshore, it'd be all time. It's got the shape and all that, but I was just trying to get some scores going, and hopefully I got something that replaced or something.
Yeah, well, according to the boys up in the comment tower, the MCs, they said looks like you replaced actually 2 of your low waves with that last heat. So it looks like you got a couple higher 7s than the prior waves you had. So I'm not sure what your standing is, but looks like you're definitely a lot better than before you went out, and looks like you're in a solid placing for advancement. Let's get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I mean, I was just trying to get as much scores generating as I could, and I was stoked. Ikaika was helping me out a bunch. He was killing it. I was just getting, every time I ate shit, I was just getting put back in the spot perfect, and it just got me so I could get a bunch of waves going, and that's what I wanted to do, was replace some scores and hopefully get in that top 16, because I want more pipe time for sure, because some really good swell coming.
Yeah, it sucks to surf pipeline with 4 of your friends in perfect conditions. It's terrible. We hate that all the time. And again, we'd like to send a big shout out to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, Uncle Terry, Kaika Kalama, Booby, all the boys, Mage, everybody out there taking care of the boys in the water, not just the boys surfing the event, but also all of our photographers and everybody out there keeping them safe. Back up to you, boys. Aloha.
Right on, Kainoa. Thank you. Well said. Kieran Jabor did improve on his standings. We'll see if that gets him in. He was currently number 16 after round 1 and 2. And we need a Hurley team manager up to the judges' tower, please. Hurley team manager, check into the tower.
Guess they still need help spotting, correct?
Yeah. No more jerseys in this contest, so you got to know the style and you got to know the bod.
All right, on his first wave, he opened up right after the horn, so this was Uluboy Napia. He got a 7.17. That'll be good for his cause. And he's currently sitting in number 13th, and he was looking to better a 5.93.
Yep.
And he certainly did that.
So he had a pretty interesting round 1 and 2 where he had 2 identical scores. He had a 7.93 and a 5.93.
Out the back, a big one.
Woo! Monster waves coming true.
So unfortunately, it didn't have the right angle to it. So you can tell Pipeline is an awesome wave that has offered up some of the best barrel rides ever. But part of its attribute is to be a little shifty. So some of the ones swing wide, some swing deep, some swing from the north, some from the west. So it's got a lot of character and personality, and you just got to, I guess, get in tune with that and get connected with it. Rocky, you've been surfing Pipeline for a while. What's your secret to finding the right place?
It's a combination of keeping a close eye on your landmarks here on the beach, and certain, it comes down to, little gap or of a house, or like a certain pole or a support beam on a house that gives you a lineup, and even looking down underneath you at some of the cracks and things in the reef that will help you find the right spot. As we see Kai Barger, nice drop, stalls, and it gets exploded and holds on. So disappears behind that curtain of exploding whitewater and then reappears. But also, looking down the line on the waves you're paddling for, and that gives you a good indicator. And sometimes when you've been sitting for a long time, you just go on whatever comes your way. It's kind of like the thing where you just got to catch a wave. So we see Kai Barger on replay on watermanleague.com and thehuishootout.com.
Yeah, it looked like that wave just sort of exploded on him as he was pulling into the barrel and rides out. Also looked like he had some tape on his hand. I don't know if he got injured recently, but, you know, unfortunately we do, especially in these kind of waves, suffer some wipeouts that end up, you know, injuring some of our athletes.
Stand-up paddle expression session. All stand-up paddle expression session competitors, please check in at Volcom House Bravo. Please check in at Volcom Bravo. All stand-up paddle surfing expression session competitors, check in at the Volcom House Bravo.
So we're looking there at the boys down there at the house next door. Kaylee Mamala, I think he's looking forward to getting out there.
Yep, we saw him competing last week Friday. Almost a week ago already, that was.
Also caught one of the biggest waves ever ridden. It's a nice nice accolade to have on your resume. Which is interesting to me. We grew up surfing the same wave, Honolulu, and it doesn't get that big.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not like that Portugal wave. So cool to see venturing out, experiencing some bigger stuff. Out the back, we have a paddle. Look like a Mayan is taking a look at that one. Unfortunately, opts not to go, but we have another wave out the back.
You're checking out the rack of boards at Volcom House Bravo, and now the sets that are pouring into Pipeline. Here we go, having a look. That is
Uluboy.
Uluboy Napeahi.
Going right, and wave does not offer any barrel for him, so he jumps out and he'll paddle back out. So again, if you're just joining us, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout commemorating 50 years of the Duke Invitational, and of course Duke Kahanamoku himself, the legend. Looking at some of the boys down there, look to be excited to get out and take their stand-up boards and surf these waves. We did have a stand-up division that was on the first day of competition.
Yep.
But unfortunately the waves were not in this kind of size. It was a little smaller and more user-friendly, so we'll see how the boys do out there today in the steeper stuff.
As you look at two of our competitors in the water at Pipe, there's Amayan Goodwin. Now there's all four into the frame. Amayan Goodwin out there with the rest of Team Hurley. Got Kai Barger out there.
Got a paddle here. Speaking of Kai Barger, he's stalling for this one, hoping that it stands up a little more, gets a barrel, spit out, throws in a turn. And we're talking about style and stylish surfers, and Kamale's among those. Oh.
Late drop there, airdrop for Koa Smith.
Yep, taking those late drops. Not easy thing. We're looking at a replay here of last exchange of waves. Kai Barger gets a little cover up. He's currently right near the bubble at 15th place. He's looking to replace a 5.33, and there's a replay of Koa Smith's monster drop.
Yeah. Just huge wall of water behind him, and not much he can do besides just try to survive that one. Time remaining 23 minutes and 20 seconds. All stand-up paddle expression session surfers, check in at Volcom House Bravo.
Okay, so we're looking now at Team Hurley. We've had 3 days of competition. Look like Kai Barger is doing a little board switch there.
Ikaika Kalama. Ikaika. Come on up to the Volcom House Bravo, Ikaika Kalama. Come on, yeah.
Good friend of mine, Ikaika, looks like he's putting in a lot of work today. Out on the ski, you heard Karam Jabur explaining how happy he was that Ikaika kept pulling him right back out into the peak. So we've had some really good surf, and we're able to, have that assist, that jet ski assist.
Yeah. That's part of the dream session, is to surf pipe, good conditions, only a few of your friends, and you get the jet ski ride back out.
Very nice. Okay, we're looking at 22 minutes remaining on the clock. We've got some waves out the back. Surfers looking to improve their situation. They need to, out of 3 rounds, clock in 3 top scoring rides to make it into the final round of 16. We've had 3 days of competition so far. In this division, at least, they've run 2 days. So we'll look for one final day. And I don't know, Rocky, you think that's going to happen this weekend?
It's quite possible. We have our waiting period being up until Saturday, and there you see some of the shortboard top contenders for this Dahui shootout, and some of the best 2-wave totals up there, as we see.
Koa Smith backdooring that section. We'll see if he can punch out of it. Unfortunately, it clamps on the end.
But we had 3 perfect 10s in the contest so far. Actually, 4. If you count from last week Friday, it was Andre Botha for the bodyboard heat, as we watched a replay of Koa Smith dragging his hand, stalling. Maybe should have had the pedal to the metal the whole time. Looking at the wall, the way that wall stacked up down the line. But
on the outside, we have a paddler, looks like a Mayan Goodwin. Takes the drop, slow fade, a lot of style. Looking to snap under the lip, but unfortunately there is no lip to cooperate. Out the back, looks like a thick one going right is Kai Barger, stalling, dragging, trying to get into that tube to improve on a 5.33. We'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, we've had 4 perfect 10s, one by Andre Botha in the bodyboard last Friday. Another perfect 10 from Bruce Irons on a backdoor wave from day number 2. As we watch the replay of Amayan Goodwin, he's tall, so he's got to get a wave with a little more height to fit in there. And Kai Barger threads the needle at backdoor and comes out. Our other perfect 10s came from Jamie O'Brien.
Yep.
And Mason Ho got a perfect 10 on a left, on a pipeline wave.
I know at least 2 of those top scoring waves were also entered as wave of the winter entry. So
yeah,
we had some stellar waves ridden in these events so far, and among the best waves ridden the whole winter. So,
and you see the graphic of the best waves of this event with Mason Ho, Jamie O'Brien, Bruce Irons, those 10-point rides. Had a couple of high 9s or several high 9s. Mark Matthews, Makua Rothman, Dave Wassel, Billy Kemper, and Makai McNamara made the list with
live
a
action
9.4.
We've got here Uluboy trying to come around that section. Unfortunately, the wave closes out on him. So looking at a replay here online, pretty steep drop, but unfortunately for Uluboy is unable to get around that. He already did, some good work in improving his situation, though. He got a 7.17 in this heat. That's so far, one of our best waves of the heat. Still waiting on some scores for some other waves, but looks like Kai Barger, you just have a 2.6 and a 2.0. Koa Smith a 2.3. Namayan Goodwin with just a 0.9. So There's 17 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, so just under 18 minutes, plenty of time to improve your guys' situation. So we have a team here. The way the contest is running is a little different from the normal format. So it's got teams in the water. We're looking now on screen. This is Team Hurley. So they have 4 of their riders in this heat. And we had a total of 8 different teams from Fox, Volcom, Quicksilver, Ruka, North Shore Surf Shop, Red Bull, the Hui Surf Wax, and Hurley.
Yep.
So those teams did really well. And in the end, we're taking the top 16 riders, and those will move into a final round, which we hopefully will have this weekend.
Yeah, we're looking for this swell to be sticking around tomorrow and then bumping up maybe into Saturday. So, you know, we could see surfers getting a chance tomorrow morning even, possibly, and even into Saturday. So, as you see, Kaileni, Kainoa, and Noah Janela. Triple shaka for the picture.
All right, so we have still 16 minutes on the clock, and coming up next, this is our, of course, this currently in our heat, in the water, this heat with Team Hurley. They're the last of this round, and then we'll be moving on to a couple of expression sessions. So we're going to see Kaileni out there again. He did win the event on day number 1 that we had here at Pipeline. The conditions were a little different, a little smaller. But nonetheless, we still had some good rides. I mean, you're talking about that 10-point ride in our bodyboard division. And that wave was incredible. Okay, so while we're waiting for the surfers to catch some more waves, we're going to throw it down the beach where we're looking at our next heat in the water, going out soon with the expression session. Down to you.
Thanks, guys. I'm sitting here with Kainoa McGee, Kaileni, and Noah Janela, all standout figures in the stand-up industry. We have another exhibition out here at Pipeline. What does it mean to be able to get out there for half an hour?
Oh, we're just stoked. Anytime you can surf Pipeline is always a good time. But when you get to surf it for a half an hour, whatever it ends up being, with just 5 other guys, that's actually stupid.
Yeah, it's just to have this opportunity again is incredible. I'm so grateful, and just being out at Pipe with very few people is one thing, and then to do it on a stand-up is even cooler because we never have that opportunity. And so we're really stoked, and I think it's going to be fun out there. You know, the waves are definitely better than the last time, and hopefully we'll all just trade on getting really sick waves.
Yeah, super stoked like everybody, and just want to get a couple waves and thank everyone who gave us this opportunity, the Hui and everybody. Okay, cool.
Right on, guys. Well, just so you guys know, we're going to start off with a half-hour heat. If the conditions are looking good, we're going to go straight into an hour heat. Otherwise, we might stay for another option if conditions allowing and things allowing. So plenty of action here to come. Watch these guys out on the water in the moment, and I'll head back up to the booth.
Thanks, Tristan, and good luck, boys. Have fun out there on your stand-up paddle surfboards, all to yourself at Pipeline. And we'll see those 3 in action along with a few more. And you heard it right there from Tristan that we will start off with a 30-minute heat as we see Kai Barger fading right, going left.
Nice grab rail carve.
Just gouging the face off that wave right there. But if the conditions hold up, then we'll keep him out there for another 30 minutes. And if conditions are not up to par, we'll call it at a 30-minute heat as we watch a replay of this turn. Raw.
He's kind of cool. You know that even he would know that that's not what the judges are looking for. But you can't help yourself. You see a wave like that, you just want to tear the roof off of it. And
right.
Kai Barger is no stranger to ripping waves, both in the barrel and in the air, and also these kind of carves.
Yeah, he's a world junior champion, so he's been at the top of his age group all through his amateur career, and now catapulting into a professional career. surfing with Team Hurley for some years now and getting a chance with them during this Hui shootout that we're watching, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, Hawaii's most revered and respected wave rider, and almost every kind of discipline that he does, he was excellent. 12 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. 12:25 left in this heat. Kainoa trying to put up his hands for stop the wind. Okay, on tree. Everybody face the ocean and blow. We're going to try to make the winds turn back offshore.
Kainoa, it'd be interesting. I want to see him win this heat just because I want to see him interview himself afterwards.
Yeah, that'll be classic.
Kainoa is a well-rounded. We're talking about a lot of watermen celebrating watermen, and I remember Kainoa when I was a kid. I was really good friends on Big Island with Keenan Kahaleoumi or Kalani Kahaleoumi, and they was real good friends. So he'd come over, hang out with us, stay at our house like that, and amazing bodyboarder. I mean, Kainoa McGee used to rule this place, drop knee, and then now he's moved on to doing other things, and now he's in this heat here with his stand-up. One more thing, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I have a son who's 16, plays water polo at Kamehameha Schools, and I was surprised one day to show up at practice, and Kainoa McGee was in the pool swimming with him. So he's a water polo player too. But one of my favorite things was not just how he's playing, what he was wearing, one gold Speedo.
Yeah. No way.
Gold Speedo.
Uncle Brian likes that one right there.
But family
only the real mans can wear that, huh?
He's got the gold jersey on. I like see the gold Speedo. Wear him, bro. Uncle Brian would boss him right now.
Come on, Kainoa. We know you get him underneath. We know the bugger stay underneath.
So, yeah, good waterman, good athletes. I think he has a daughter who is also a very good water polo player. And so, a lot of these surfers we're looking at come from athletes and families who love the water, have been doing it for many, many generations. So we're celebrating all of that today, all of the generations of surfers and athletes and legends out here with the backdoor shootout commemorating Duke Kahanamoku and the long line of tradition of great watermen we have here. All right, so looking at the boys paddling out now, look like Kili Mamala joined them too in blue.
Hitting the water. That's possibly Bullet Obra down there. Got Kai Lenny.
Yeah, Bullet did really well in round one. Surfed really well, got some really high scores, and so hope to see him out there as well. Aloha. And
hope that you guys are enjoying the action because it's been pretty darn good pipe all day.
Yeah, I mean, for this event, we've seen stellar waves. People are kind of bragging about how they got some of the best waves of the surf season so far. We've seen some of the wave of the winter entries coming from this event. And we're also celebrating, of course, history and various forms of wave riding, including right now we're watching and witnessing stand-up paddlers going out into the lineup, which was also a product of the old Waikiki Beach Boys. I don't know if people know that, but stand-up paddling was not invented in the last 10 years as we've seen that coming around. But, we had some old-timers in Waikiki, Popsa Choi and others that just, were known for taking this style of surfing and
and being committed to it for most of their sessions.
And it's amazing the popularity of it going around the world today, and so we're stoked to see the stand-up guys coming out here to surf some heavy waves at the pipeline. So it's not just for rivers.
Or lakes or flat bays. We can take the stand-up paddle boards into some serious surf and have some serious fun.
Yep. So we're excited to see that, but not for another 8 minutes. So 8 minutes, counting down, 8 minutes left in this heat. So far, Uluboy has the best wave. The first wave of the heat was a 7.17. Kai Barger, you're going to look to improve on, looks like a 5.5. You're currently in 15th place. Hopefully you're still in that top 16 because we want to watch you surf again. And we're looking at the conditions. Maybe that blowing helped because the winds look to have backed down just a little bit. We've got these swirling winds today. We call them the variable winds.
Yep.
Sometimes they're strong. Sometimes they're from the east. Sometimes from the west. Hence
Yeah, and
the
it's
variable.
a little bit hazy and cloudy today, and a little relief from the intense sun that we've had the last few days.
Out the back, Uluboy packing this one, gets a quick cover up, comes out, see if he stamps this with a snap. There you go. It's from surfing Honolulu Point every day.
Oh, yeah.
Back door, Koa Smith looking to improve his situation. Unfortunately, Koa finds himself in 25th place, so going to have to pull out something big here in the last 6 minutes. We have 6 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Got a replay here of Uluboy getting that barrel coming out. Stomps it right here with a snap. Little lay back and pulls it out. Okay, so our last heat of the day for the team division. This is, of course, the Hurley team with 4 guys out in the water. They have 6 minutes remaining. Pipeline with the backdoor the Hui backdoor shootout, commemorating Duke Kahanamoku and that event, the Invitational, named after the Duke. And we were talking earlier about the Duke Invitational and how it was quite an honor to be invited. And in fact, for most of his life, Eddie Aikau, that was kind of the one goal that he, really wanted as far as in competitive surfing. He wins it when he's actually a little older in his career, and in many ways he was, not favored to win the event because he was a little older. But the waves were big, and he read the waves right. Got a really good barrel, and ended up winning the event. And you see the footage of him. It brings him to tears just winning that event. Back then that was the pinnacle event in Hawaii, was the Duke Invitational. To win that was one of the highest honors. And also because it was named after, their legend and a lot of the surfers looked up to through their lives as youngsters was Duke Paoa Kahanamoku. So we see that, Eddie Aikau and many of the other winners really saw that as one of the climax of their careers. In fact, after he wins that, as we saw in the film, as the narration explains in the ESPN film, that after winning that event, it sort of graduated him into other things, and it led him to focusing on other ocean things. Of course, he was a waterman of many sorts, including being of course, a very famous lifeguard. But then going out on the Hokulea canoe. The Hokulea is a replica of the ancient designs of voyaging canoes. Double hull design, unique to the Pacific Islands, and he went out to show that the Hawaiian tradition of voyaging is still very much alive in the 1970s. Here we have Koa Smith straightening out. Unfortunately, on that one, he'll be a little frustrated because he is not in the advancing spot, the top 16. And just about with 4 minutes remaining on the clock, 4 minutes, he'll look to improve on that.
Yeah, he was coming in to this heat number 25 in the standings here at the shootout, and this wave not going to help his cause. He does need some pretty big scores. He's got a few more minutes, but after getting shut down on that one, it's going to be a little bit of time before he can get back out and in position to catch a wave. And then we'd have to see if his friends would give him a wave after that. And they're all surfing for the same team, so that's not out of the question. But with time just about 3 minutes right now, it's going to be tough. Our judges there with the light flashing on the top of the tent to signify the 5-minute warning, or less than 5 minutes. In this case, 3 minutes. They're in front of the quick silver house.
All right, so yeah, this event is a big deal. It meant a lot to a lot of people. The one that we're commemorating, the Duke Invitational. Looks like Kai Barger whipping around and opts not to go on that one. Smart choice. That wave did not offer much as far as barrel. A lot of other notable winners of the Duke Invitational, of course. Many. Ricky Grigg and we have... Sorry, senior moment here, senior moment. I've been talking about, Michael and Derek Ho both winning the event. Dane Kealoha, of
Reno
course.
Abelera, maybe, at all?
Reno Abelera.
Yeah.
Reno Abelera won it. Michael and Derek Ho. And Jeff Hackman won it several times.
Was Jock ever in there?
Jock Sutherland won,
Yeah.
I think, the second or third one.
Yeah.
So he's still around, and his son Gavin.
Jock still surfs almost every day.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
He's a hammer.
Uncle Jock still on the roof, still in the waves. He's gonna be around for a long time. It's been around for a long time, and gonna be a long time more. Of course, Jocko's down the coast, named for Jock Sutherland.
Wow, you taught me something today. I didn't know that.
Anytime you can teach the professor, it'll make you feel good, eh?
So we are looking to count down here 1 minute. 1 minute remaining in this heat. The last heat of the team division. Then we'll kick off a new division, which is our expression sessions. Look at the stand-up paddlers going out there. We do see some lines coming in from the outside. There's 50 seconds. Hopefully they make their way in here before that horn blows.
Yep. And if not, you know who's ready on standby for Catch Those Waves.
Kainoa
Is the
Magi.
next heat, the expression session. And Kainoa going way out there. You see him on your screen. Along with Kili Mamala and the rest of the boys.
30 seconds, 30 seconds. This wave is going to count. So get some last minute heroics. Looks like Uluboy Napiahi gets to the bottom. Nice style. Hacks a mean layback. 3 turns to the beach. That's not what it was expected in this heat, but nonetheless, that'll be our final wave of this heat and for this division of the team division here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
And we're going to take a short break and check out our Mauliola commercial and be right back with more stand-up paddle expression session action.
In the water, I feel like I'm free to do whatever I want.
Back down through the scenery and shutter tides like a hollow tree.
I like surfing because I forget about how I have CF and I have fun.
Right in my mirror's gaze.
Okay, we are back with more action from Banzai Pipeline by way of the Hui Shootout in memory of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku. And we are watching some spectators enjoy the beach, and now action is on the water, and there's the start of this stand-up paddle expression session.
All right, so it looks like we've got, I think there's 5 or 6 contestants out there. 6, we got. Well, we're waiting to see the updates on our information, but it looks like we have Kainoa Magi looking deep for this one. You can see the stand-up guys have a better vantage of the ocean, a little higher up on the water, spread out pretty well. got the back. Some sets marching in. We'll see if Kainoa can get into this one. He's paddling hard. From way on the outside, Kainoa McGee rolls into this one from way back. Gets a cover up. He's stoked.
Hey now. And here we go. Looks like Bullet Obra.
Woo! Stalling for this
my
fat
goodness.
one.
Oh! Yard sale coming up soon.
That was heavy. What I appreciate about that was instead of racing down the line, he stalled and got as deep as possible. So looked like he had the chance to come out, but unfortunately a lot of foam on these boards, and he ended up taking an inside rail.
Yeah, so hard to set the rail and maneuver inside there. As we see the replay of Kainoa McGee's wave, and he was gliding down the line, got tucked in, and had to force his way. And this was Bullet Obra.
Yeah, I liked how he just waits, gets right in that pocket.
Looks like he caught a rail.
Unfortunately, it gets the best of him, but exciting to see. I mean, you've got a lot going on, having a paddle in your hand and the board being much bigger than what you'd normally ride, like we see here on Mayan Goodwood carrying. So, an added challenges, but also, these guys are also able to get into these ones from outside. We're seeing Kainoa keeping real busy. I believe Kainoa McGee ended up in second place in the event on day one. And he's got a competitive spirit. Definitely wanted to win that one, and so
yeah,
he's looking to, improve and maybe show some victory in this heat. I'm not too sure how the scores are working though in this expression session. Are we doing any scores, or just maybe we're just enjoying the rides?
Well, that could be the case. We'll assume the former, just to keep it exciting.
And we have a paddler on the outside. Looks like orange.
Our Tahitian competitor, Mr. Wong.
All right, so it's Kai Barger coming in from that last heat, grabbing his backup board. Fortunately, they're both in one piece. Can get expensive.
Oh yeah, especially surfing a lot of heats and a lot of time here at Pipe. When you put your time in, you go through a lot of boards. It's just bound to happen. Another thing that's bound to happen is bouncing off the reef. And it's never fun, but at least when it happens, you know it's not a surprise, because you kind of go out to Pipe knowing at some point I'm going to come in contact with that reef below. You just got to pray and hope that it's not too serious. Of course, we've had friends and visitors and all skill levels become severely injured here at Pipe, even killed on some occasions. Yes, people have died at this very surf break. Even on days like today when, there's lots of people watching. Sometimes, when the ocean wants you, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, sadly, quite a few individuals. You look at, there's a the memorial to a lot of these individuals, and I think Pipeline is probably one of the deadliest waves in the world in the sense that it has taken more surfer lives than any other break.
And when you have the high volume of people, the masses coming here to experience Pipeline, that is a contributing factor. Here we go, Keli'i Mamala contributing to grabbing the rail, getting underneath, trying to anyway, just a little bit in front of the section, but Pretty well-ridden wave there, considering his equipment. Here's Noah Janela.
Noah Janela, goofy footer, up and out of that one. On the outside, some more paddling. Unfortunately, they're not able to get under that lip. Out the back, though, lots of waves coming in from the horizon.
Oh, yeah.
Although, when you're standing up, I don't know if you even need advice to hear that, because you can kind of see over the waves a little bit better, I think.
Yeah. Definitely have a better vantage point being upright, standing on the board, as we see a replay of Kili Momala had a couple opportunities where he grabbed the rail, then let go, and then went to grab it again. As these waves are capping on the outside.
See if we get some riders on this one. Taking a look. And wow, more sets coming out the back. Wind conditions are not too bad. You know, we saw them pick up and slow down. They've been kind of all day going in and out from different directions. But right now it still looks pretty favorable. So a lot of waves that are contestable out there.
Yeah, the wind never really came on full blast. Even the last few days, it's been a southwest reading on the buoy, but here at the shoreline, it's been pretty manageable. Not out of control. The conditions and the texture on the water is just very slight. It hasn't been overwhelming, so that's been a good attribute that we've enjoyed the last not only couple days of surfing, but especially here during competition at the Hui Shootout. Here's Kai Lenny.
Kai Lenny, let's see if he goes right or left. He opts to go left. Nice. Bottom turn under the lip, controlling with the paddle. I mean, you can definitely see that he's riding probably one of the smallest boards of anybody else in this heat. The way he's able to turn it is pretty obvious that he's got pretty good control over that board. We see these sets coming in the back.
Oh,
carnage.
Oh, brothers had to bail. The leash has been hauled up on that one. Here's a replay of Kai Lenny. Scoots up on his board to make it down into the wave, then shifts his weight back to the tail and goes for the little samurai squat on the end bowl.
Samurai squat. Yeah, you could see the board chattering a little more than most, I think, again, because he's riding a little bit shorter of a board than what you usually see on a stand-up paddle. In fact, it's pretty incredible now. You've seen the boards get smaller and smaller in this division, the stand-up. So, and Kai Lenny's no stranger to heavy waves. He likes to surf over there at Peahi in Maui, or otherwise known as Jaws.
Mm-hmm.
Windsurfing, kite surfing. So we're seeing, a lot of talent in the water. Almost, I would say, every one of these guys is not only stand-up paddle surfer, but we see Kili Momala toe surfing, him and his partner Garrett McNamara catching some of the biggest waves ever over there in Portugal. The homeland. The mother country.
The utter homeland.
So, Portuguese, you know any good Portuguese jokes?
Most of them are reserved for adult storytelling time.
Oh, boy.
But you got to get your hands on a Frank de Lima book.
A lot of
Frank de
Portuguese
Lima
jokes.
joke book, yeah.
Actually, I was reading the newspaper this morning. It's pretty interesting that they've been renovating the Aloha Stadium over the past few years, and they recently decided that they're going to ban the wave. You know the wave that they do? It was kind of weird. And I read the newspaper, and it's because 3 Portuguese guys drowned.
Oh, no way.
In that wave. So
only tree.
Only tree.
Yeah, that's a big wave. That's why.
Yeah,
that's
huge.
50,000 hands, not feet. Only tree was part of the wave.
So you know,
that's terrible. That's a tragedy.
No disrespect to our Portuguese. In fact, one of the reasons there's of course, a history lesson here in the Portuguese jokes.
Yeah.
And it's essentially this: when the plantations, Hawaii was pretty strongly, the economy was dominated by the sugarcane industry in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Oh, I know where this is going.
And so a lot of Portuguese came over to work in the field. Now, interesting thing, if you think about it, in Hawaii, we racialize. We talked about people's nationality. Hawaiian, or you're Portuguese, or you're Chinese, or Japanese, or Filipino, or whatever. If you think about it, Portuguese is the only a group from Europe that's not Haole.
Right.
On the outside, we'll get back to that Portuguese jokes. But
Oh, bullet just went right over to Mr. Wong's board. Holy moly. Hawaiian Water Patrol, please have a look there.
Something wrong with that one.
It was in the Wong spot right there. So we're going to cue up the replay of Bullet dropping in, and oh my goodness.
That was a heavy wall of whitewater.
Mm-hmm. Also, during the plantation days, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't Portuguese in most of them kind of in the higher up positions that were...
Very good. Yeah, you know this story. So they weren't, most of the Haole guys who were running in the sugarcane plantations, they were the bosses who lived in the fancy house, that they weren't out in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had these guys that had a job called the Lunas. And the Luna was the guys that was on the horse. They were like the field bosses. There was the managers out in the field. And so, you'd have a lot of like Chinese or Japanese and Filipinos and other that were working in the fields.
As the labor.
The labor guys. And then the Portuguese guys was the ones that kind of like they were in that liminal space, that place. They weren't really the bosses and they weren't in the field. So
mid-managers.
Middle managers. But all the guys, the local, the different immigrants who was in the fields working, they didn't like the Lunas, the ones on the horses. The Portuguese guys were known to, rap them out a lot. I think that tradition comes from them kind of yelling at the workers a lot, telling them what to do.
Right.
And so what they do in return is they make all these jokes to make fun of them. And so it's really comes out of that tradition of trying to undermine the bosses in different ways, because you couldn't technically say it to their face.
Right.
So if you tell the jokes behind the back. So we have this tradition still in Hawaii of these Portuguese jokes, or the Portuguese jokes coming out of that history of plantation.
And we need a paddle for Bullet Obra, I believe. Bullet Obra needs a paddle down on the beach in front. So more like as a way of defiance, not in the sense of like that is the way that they are, but it's more of a defiance from the workers that create this culture of humor and jokes regarding Portuguese.
Yep, and we, it's managed to last all these many years. We'll see how many more generations will keep the Portuguese jokes alive, but.
And Bullet checking out his equipment with Ikaika Kalama and seeing what's on tap for the rest of the heat. We're about halfway through, 14 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
I'm a little surprised Ikaika's not out there with them. Not too sure. Maybe he's too busy at work, but we know that Ikaika's no stranger to these kind of waves with the stand-up. Hopefully everybody's okay after that collision. That was pretty heavy. All right, so again, 14 minutes on the clock. If you're just joining us, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, commemorating 50 years of the Duke Invitational Competition, the first one in 1965, held at Sunset Beach. So 50 years ago. Time flies.
Well, and now Bullet has a new board, so he's going to get back out there, putting his leash on that board. And just about 13 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. The highest score so far, Kainoa McGee, the first wave, was a 6.77. So these waves are being scored. Kainoa gets the highest score so far at a 6.77.
All right, so Bullet, you're on the beach. Your highest score is a 2.93. You want to get out there to improve on that. You're currently in the second spot, though, with that 2.93. Keli'i Mamala, you got a 2.67. Kai Lenny's got a 1.63. Tehotu Wong has got a 1.33. And Noah Janela just a 0.67. But here we have Noah looking to improve his situation.
That's Noah Janela.
All right, so just under 13 minutes. Here we're taking a look at backdoor. Gets a cover-up, quick cover-up. Kai Lenny. All right, unfortunately today we do have Water Patrol giving jet ski assist.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll see Bullet, he'll be back in that lineup in no time, even though we just saw him on the beach seconds ago, thanks to Kaika Kalama in the jet ski. Replay here of Noah Janela trying to stall and get a barrel. He's sitting right now on just a 0.67. Unfortunately, no barrel offered. However, Kai Lenny manages to pick off a backdoor barrel. Quick cover-up, but a nice, thick inside wave. Watching the replays here. All right, so we got some waves coming in from out in the horizon. Kainoa McGee found success earlier by camping way out on that second reef. We'll see if it pays off for him again.
So they're not filming after.
Are you shooting that? Are you shooting that? Are we broadcasting that?
Okay, so enjoying the beach today. It's a kind of overcast, but there's some, once in a while the clouds will part and some sunlight comes through. Some spectators enjoying the beach and the beautiful weather. You know, even though it's a little cloudy, you cannot complain. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's so warm out. The conditions are pretty nice and dreamy. And that puppy on the beach is super stoked to be down here.
Looks like a wave. Let's see if Kainoa McGee is able to paddle into this one. Oh, unfortunately, no luck there. All right, so this is our third day of running the Hui Backdoor Shootout event. The first day we saw the stand-up paddle divisions as well as bodyboard, longboard, body surf. And it was a exciting day of those events. And so we're fortunate to be watching the stand-up division once again out in some more sizable surf. On our day two, of course, we had some stellar conditions, pristine pipeline, a 6 to 8 foot range, occasional bigger sets, and also with just perfect weather and wind. And now today we're finishing off this day with another great day of surf with occasional second reef sets that are coming in. So we've been very fortunate, very blessed to have some great surf for this event. We do have one more day on tap in the team division with the high performance surfing. We will look to finish off with our top 16 competitors. So the field narrowed down from 32 down to 16, and that top half will battle it out in our next and final day of the competition, which we're hoping will run this weekend. Looks like there's another swell coming in, and a big one actually. And we'll see if the waves and the conditions comply. But here we go from the outside. Kaylee Mamala with a grab rail bottom turn. Stalls in the barrel. It's spit out. Chee-hoo.
Here we go, Kainoa McGee on a foamy one, but he's got a little section on the inside to work with. And just gets a little quick cover, but wow. Keli'i Mamala, a little shaky on the bottom turn, somehow recovers and holds it and gets the best wave on a stand-up paddle for this entire event.
Yeah, that was amazing. He stayed really low. That's what I like about his approach, low center of gravity. We're looking at Mr. Janela here, up and out. We saw his approach on the first day of competition too, is staying really low center of gravity, keeping those fins engaged. Because with the board with so much foam and you hit those chops, it'd be easy to kind of lose control. But he stays low, grabs a rail, and manages to not only pull in, but come out with a spit. And we have a replay here, Rocky.
Yeah, watch Keli'i. He did a late drop, grabbing the rail on the bottom, hits a little rib in the face, but does not phase him. He has his goal in mind and getting in that barrel, and then just gets exploded to the exit. What a wave for Keli'i Mamala. And just about 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this expression session. Coming up next, our shortboard expression session. A lot of the pipe surfers that did not get into the shootout will be available to surf the expression session. Isaiah, I'm been invited to surf in that expression session. So
lucky dog.
I may depart here in a couple of minutes and go get changed. Everybody that would like to be in that shortboard expression session, please check in at Volcom House Bravo. All expression session surfers in the shortboard. Not if you was in the regular shootout, can. But all of the extended ohana of the pipeline surfing ohana is invited to surf in the expression session. Come to Volcom Bravo, the Volcom House Bravo, down here on the beach to check in. Hawaiians and locals only is what I've been told. So...
all right, so we're
put me in, coach.
Looking at scores on the screen, Keli'i Mamala locks in a 9.6 for that last one. A 9.6. So if you can hear me out there, Keli'i, you're in first place. Kainoa McGee is in second place currently with a 6.7 and a 1.57. Kai Lenny, you got a 5.5 for that backdoor wave that you got. You're currently in third place. Fourth place, we have Bullet Obra, Noah Janela in fifth, and Tehotu Wong in sixth place. Out the back, we have Kai Lenny fading into a big bomb, stalling, pulls up high, see if he can come out of this. Unfortunately, clamps down on him, but nonetheless got a nice cover-up. Traveled in that barrel for a while before it shut down on him. Got to find the paddle now.
He's got to scramble for his paddle. On the outside, Kainoa McGee not going to get it. Keli'i Mamala in the spot, not going to get it either.
We have a replay of that last one of Kai Lenny. You can see that he's trying to position himself in the right spot. Pulls up high into this. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of has a weird warble on the end of it.
Man, I don't know how those guys do it with grabbing a rail, holding the paddle, trying to hold that line.
I know, I'd be tempted to just throw the paddle.
4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 4:30 remaining.
Okay, we see some stacked sets out the back. Kainoa looking to go see if that second reef will work for him. He's out there also. Here we go. He's up and riding. Currently in second place. Takes the drop. Looks to set this inside section up. Pulls in. Fortunately, slows down a little too much. Wave clamps down on him. Out the back. This looks like Keli Mamala on another gem. That grab rail bottom turn. Stalling. Stands tall. Whoa, almost runs over a board. Ends up jumping out on that one. Unfortunately, couldn't get deep into the barrel on that one, but nonetheless, nice wave ridden. Maybe he was trying to avoid that loose surfboard.
Once again, all shortboard expression session surfers check into the Volcom House Bravo.
Okay, more waves out the back. All right, 3 minutes. 3 minutes remaining in this heat. We're waiting on scores to drop.
So we are going to extend this expression session for another 30 minutes.
Up and riding, we have going back door. Kai Lenny stalls, holds the paddle high, hoping to get a barrel. Not sure what that horn meant. Out the back, we have Bullet Obra. Stalling, gets a cover up.
Whoa, gets out.
Comes out of that. So we've seen a few barrels ridden today. Top among them, Keli Mamala's 9.6. So he pulled into that wave at pipe, going left, spit out into the channel, and jumped off of his board. And replay here of Bullet.
Bullet gets a nice bottom turn, good line under the barrel, gets in and is able to find the exit as Tehotu Wong bails right beside him. Those two guys getting close
once
a couple
again.
times in the heat.
All right. So beautiful day here on the North Shore of Oahu.
Don Doobie. So we are announcing to extend this heat for 30 minutes. Stand-up paddle surfers, you have 30 more minutes. Stand-up paddle surfers, you have 30 more minutes. As Kai Lenny late drop into a backdoor wave. That's a replay that we saw from
amazing.
earlier.
See how he faded left and then went right. That was a John Florence move. Okay, so stand-up paddlers, you have an extra heat. You got like 2 heats now. You got 30 minutes. So you now have 30 minutes remaining. And Keli Mamala, you're still in the lead. The 9.6 and a 2.67. Kainoa McGee is in second place with a 6.77 and a 1.57. Kai Lenny, we may be still waiting for that last wave, but currently, as it shows on our scores, you're in third place with a 5.5 and a 2.43. Fourth place is Bullet Obra. Fifth is Noah Janela and Tehotu Wong in sixth place.
Well, we do have the sheet and statistics for the top 16 after round 3. So after round 3, the top 16 are Mason Ho.
Number 1.
Number 1. Number 2, Jamie O'Brien. Number 3, Bruce Irons / Makana Pang. Can Makana surf in that again? If he was not the one who got the 9.3 or the 10, we shall see. Number 4, Billy Kemper. Number 5, Makua Rothman. Number 6, Makai McNamara. Number 7, Ian Walsh. Number 8, Dean Morrison. Number 9, Danny Fuller. Number 10, Damian Hobgood. Number 11, Kiran Jabor. Number 12, Uluboy Napayahi. Number 13, Dave Wassel. Number 14, Amayan Goodwin. Number 15, Mark Matthews. And number 16, our final qualifier, was Eli Olsen. So those 16 surfers invited for round 4 and round 5 coming up later in the week.
So I'm assuming is there a team winner in the end of this?
And there is also a team winner. So those scores, all these scores are all compiled with their teammates together to give us a team winner. But outside, boys, they know they can see them on top of the stand-up board. They get the good view.
The good view. You see them cleaning up the water out there.
Oh, we just got on good view.
And the winds have shifted, so that's
Wow.
favorable.
It's
So you
just died down.
see these sets coming in, groomed very nicely with these light offshore breezes. Kainoa McGee's plea to the ocean.
Oh, I got to go
Worked.
get ready, bro. Pretty soon. Go get my shots. I get my bod from brother down here. Kala gonna let me borrow one bod.
Up and riding. Noah Janela looking
Oh,
at this section.
Janela!
Pulls into it.
Chew.
That'll be his best one out the back. Kaylee Mamala, this
Oh.
is live.
He
Opposite
says,
kick out.
no thank you.
So Rocky, you're gonna go out there. What board are you gonna ride?
I got Kalaz 7-0. He said I can smoke in Hawaiian borrow.
Nice.
Yeah, should be fun just to be out there with the boys and catch a few waves, feel the energy of pipe, and hopefully get. Of course, the ultimate goal is to get a nice, fun barrel and make it out. See Mikey Boy O'Shaughnessy getting ready over there. JD Irons getting his board ready. Jason Frederico is going to start getting ready, warmed up as well.
Give a shout out to my college students who are sitting in class right now. Got to race back over there. A replay
here's-
of that last one.
No,
Oh.
stroking to get in this one. It finally does.
It's way behind it. Pulls up, rides high. A little coverage. It's a great wave from Noah Janela. Here's live action. Looks like Bullet Obra packing that closeout barrel. All right, so we still have 25 minutes on the clock. We've had a great day of competition. This is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, commemorating 50 years of the Duke Invitational. It was the first competition, professional competition on the North Shore back in 1965. Invitational, where you get an invite to that event. And that was a shift in the competitive surfing history, whereas previously the World Championships was held at Makaha. And of course, Makaha home to some big wave riding also. However, the format was quite a bit different than what we're seeing these days. There were more people in the water. Today we're enjoying just 4 contestants in the water. Got 24 minutes left on the clock. 24. Boy, that was quite the heat reset. They just doubled their time, so that's Great opportunity for our stand-up surfers. Okay, our contest director says we want more backdoor waves. Liam McNamara wants to see some more backdoor riders. We'll see. This is called the backdoor shootout, but some of our highest scores from today in this division, at least Keli Mamala with a 9.6. Noah Janela, you scored a 7.6 on that last wave that you pulled into, a 7.6. That puts you into third place. Looks like a rider here, none other than Kai Lenny. That wave doesn't offer a lot of opportunity for Barrow, so he's going to paddle back out to the peak. Meanwhile, more waves out the back. On the live feed, we're looking at Kai Lenny's last wave, a nice bottom turn. You can tell he's antsy to get this ball rolling. He's just needs to find a better wave. He's going for this one, the sneaker backdoor wave. We'll get the camera on it. Pulls in and pulls out. Stroke into the horizon now. He's no stranger to paddling fast, but holy smoke, here comes some waves. Out the back, we got some waves fizzling way out there. Kai Lenny unfortunately finds himself caught by that wave. Oh, goodness, another one right on the head. We get the water patrol over there to check on Kai Lenny. Just oh, goodness, a third wave taken right on the head by Kai Lenny. But he looks to be in one piece. His surfboard too for the time being. Shakes it off. Still manages to hold his paddle. Not sure how he'd manage that. Taking a fourth wave now. Water Patrol's got a good eye on him there. Looks like Kavika. Wow, another one. Meanwhile, on the outside, we have paddler. Looks like Tehotu gliding down the line, looking to improve his score. He's got little barrel there on the inside on the sandbar. Boy, meanwhile, Kai Lenny is still getting caught inside. The water patrol there looking to help him out. Unfortunately, it's difficult with all the equipment that he's got with the paddle and the board and so forth. All right, so hopefully everything's okay there with Kai. All right, so this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, commemorating 50 years of Duke Kahanamoku Invitational Competition. We're also simultaneously celebrating the life of Duke Kahanamoku. An early surfer in the late 1800s, early 1900s. He was born in 1890. Kalia, Waikiki. He was moved there when he was 3 years old, which today is the area known as Fort DeRussy. It's also where the Hilton Hawaiian Village is located. Grew up in that neighborhood. Said amongst at least 100 other family relatives in that neighborhood were Pa'oas. From the Kahanamoku is the name of his father's name, but his mom's family, the maiden name was Pa'oa. So the Pa'oa clan, there's about 100 of them that lived over there. He grew up with a lot of brothers, cousins, and guess what? They all surfed together and enjoyed that time in Waikiki of just living there on the beach. Kind of like we're seeing a lot of friends today have been surfing together in these team division, so it allows for a lot of camaraderie. All right, Tahotu, we got some direct instructions from the contest director. Uncle Liam McNamara says you got to catch a bigger wave. Want to see a set wave from you. So Tahotu from Tahiti. Well, it looks like that was quite the ordeal for Kai Lenny. Got caught inside from about 6 waves, took on the head, managed to survive that. Then we had looked like some issues with the jet ski. But we still have 17 minutes left on the clock. So, Kai, you have plenty of time to get back out there. You're currently in 4th place, Kai Lenny. So, situation hasn't changed much as far as the placings go. So, again, in 1st place, Kaili'i Mamala. 2nd, Kainoa McGee, who's been waiting out the back for some time. Noah Janela in 3rd. Kai Lenny in 4th, Bullet Obra in 5th place, and Tehotu still in 6th place. Got some action here. Some waves coming in and surfers taking a look at these. Looks like they're opting to sit way on the outside, wait for those bombs. But missing these inside ones. There's a wave peeking up out of the west. Let's see if Keli'i's in the spot. He's looking at this one. Unfortunately, no luck. Out the back, though, we have another one. Contest director wants to see somebody pull into a big backdoor wave. We'll see if it happens here. All right, so just under 16 minutes on the clock. It's been a great day here at Ehukai Beach Park. Enjoying these awesome waves coming to us from the northwest. 6 to 8 foot range, maybe some occasional bigger sets coming in. We've got our 6 competitors here in the stand-up final. This is an expression session. We did see the stand-up surfers on day number 1, but fortunate they have the opportunity to get back out on a day like today where there's a little bit more wave of consequence. This is day number 3 of this event. We have one more day to go where we just announced our top 16 spots. And some folks were really happy. One sitting right on the bubble where Mark Matthews, Eli Olsen just snuck in there. Unfortunately for the 17th and 18th place, Kai Barger and Luke Shepardson just missing out on that mark. Well, we've got the Tahitian surfer here paddling into this one, looking for a barrel. Let's see if it cooperates, gets covered. Unfortunately, shuts down on him, unable to make it out. He's got an orange board and the orange jersey. A replay here. Tehotu Wong pulls into the barrel. clamps down on him on the end. We'll see if he improves his situation. 2.77. Going back door here, we have Keli Mamala racing down the line. See if he can wipe off some of that speed. Unfortunately, a little too fast. I want to scratch back out before this incoming set approaches. Don't want a repeat of Kai Lenny's situation that he had earlier. On the outside, looks like a good one. We'll see if a rider is in the right position for this. Stroking here. Looks like Kai Lenny in red right into the grab rail. Oh, gets hung up on the lip. Goes down pretty hard. Not the back. The next one looked like Bullet Obra also taking gas, going over the falls. Okay, so this is the Dahui backdoor shootout. Looking at the scores, this is a final for the stand-up surf division. Keli Mamala in first place. We see a change in the scores, however. Like Noah Janala. Kai Lenny breaks a board. That's a lot of foam to snap. He's going to need his caddy to help him out here. Hopefully he has a backup board. Board number 3 coming down the beach. Good thing Robbie Nash taking good care of him, hopefully, with these boards. Out the outside, we're seeing a lot of wave action. Looks like Keli Mamala going straight. Unfortunately, closes out on him. Contest director was cheering him on to go back door. That was a heavy one. All right, so word from the contest director. Just because you see a lot of local brothers paddling out in this next heat does not mean it's a free-for-all.
You got to come check in at the Volcom House Bravo. You got to come check in and be verified, certified, and solidified to go out into the lineup for the remainder of the surfing day.
Do you know how long this is going to go on?
Long time, bro.
Long time, till sunset, guys. Charge on.
We're going to have a lot of fun, that's for sure. A lot of camaraderie, reminiscence of the Dahui expression session at Sunset Beach all those years that just opened up the break to the locals and, doing a little bit of reclaiming of that here at Pipe. And we'll be featuring some great surfers out during the expression session. Make sure you check in at Volcom House Bravo.
Boy, Kai Lenny's had quite the chaotic heat here. He's broken a few boards. Got caught by this backdoor set, a series of like 6 or 8 waves on the head. Just pulled into that last one going left and completely snapped his board in half. Now he's back again on the ski. There was some ski troubles earlier there too, so hopefully everybody's all good now. Still stuck in the whitewash there on the ski is Kai Lenny. Looking to the horizon, we see some lines coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Way out there.
Still some great waves to be had.
Way out there, boys. Looks like a big one coming your way.
Outside. 9 minutes, 25 seconds. 9:25 remaining.
So what, you get your shots on or what?
I get my shots on. It's the only ones I had in the car.
Oh boy,
I
pockets.
never know I was going to get the opportunity. My bod stay at home. My shots is at home too, but I found some shots in my truck. And I'm going to borrow one bod.
Shots is.
My shots is. Here comes the bombs, boys. Oh, outside, gang.
I know Kainoa McGee's been patiently waiting for these ones, so we'll see if it works to his advantage. He's currently in third place. This opening wave of the 6.77. And here they come. This wave is fizzling out there. Let's see if it allows them to get in. And Kainoa is digging for this one, trying. Keli'i next on the order. Here he goes. Up and riding. Keli'i Mamala from Big Island. Stays low, grabbing the rail, looking to set up this section here. Gets a little cover up there. Gets in the shade a little. Nice carving turn. Your current heat leader, Keli'i Mamala, who had a 9.6 earlier.
Yeah, that 9.6 was spectacular. And here goes Kainoa McGee, not going to get into that one. Blown out the back.
Ooh, that was a fat one. Big spit. Welcome to Pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rocky, where are you going to sit?
I don't know. I was just thinking about that right now. Might hang just on the outer edge of the first reef and try to get these cappers, maybe. Might start off, a couple warm-up waves on the inside. And it's a kind of day where there's a few places to sit. But it looks like fun.
Shucks.
I'm getting really excited and seeing the boys get ready down there. I'm sign off here pretty soon.
I'm actually jealous. If I didn't have class going on right now, I have to rush back to. Goodness, you don't get a chance to surf pipe uncrowded very often.
You can paddle out in what you got
My
right
pants,
there. Yeah,
my Aloha shirt.
Aloha shirt and slacks. And do it that way.
Okay, so time on remaining 6 minutes. Rocky, you want to go paddle out?
I think I'm going to take advantage of getting out there as soon as this heat is over and let Isaiah Walker close up the show.
All right.
And bid you guys one aloha. We'll see you guys for round number 4 and round number 5. Thanks to Kaipo Guerrero. Thank you, of course, to Isaiah Walker, the Waterman League crew, and all of our teams participating in the shootout, the Hui, as well as Mauli Ola and mauliola.org and Ambu Genetics, Aloha Salads, and all of our sponsors. Thank you. And Isaiah, special thank you to you.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys during round 4. Enjoy the rest of this stand-up paddle expression session, and then we'll wrap it up and see you on the next day. Aloha.
All right, Rocky. Enjoy. Be safe and have fun. Okay, time remaining. We have 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. So far, things remain pretty much the same as they've been in the last 10 minutes. We've got Keli'i Mamala, who improved his situation, now sitting on a combined total of 2 top waves of 14.33. So he's got a 9.6 and a 4.73 for that last one. So Keli'i Mamala, you are up there in the first place spot with a combined total of 14.33. Noah Janela sitting on a 7.6 and a 3.83. You are in second place with 11.43 total. Third place, we have Kainoa McGee with a 6.77 and a 3.1. You look to get a 4.67 to move up to second and a 7.5 to move up into first. One wave? Okay. Well, I just got news from the judging tower that although we're posting here your top 2 rides, we're looking at the best wave of the heat. So it's a single wave score. And so right now that sits with Keli Mamala with a 9.6. Do the recap. All right, so 3 minutes remaining, 3 minutes left in this heat. So if you look out the back, got a big wave breaking out there. Foamy one. Big cloud coming in. Not much by way of reform. Okay, so you're looking at your top score in this expression session. A little different from normal. We're looking at the top wave ridden in this heat, which currently is held by Keli Mamala. However, we've got a paddler here. It looks like Noah Janela, who's in the second place spot, looking at this one down the line, standing tall. See if he can punch out of it. Unfortunately, that one consumes him. And however, Noah's got the second highest wave of this heat, a 7.6. So a 7.6 puts him into second place. The third highest wave now sits with Kainoa McGee, a 6.77. We'll look at a replay here of that last of Noah Janela. Behind the peak, stands tall, paddle in hand. Unfortunately, the wave does not allow him to exit. Well, with 2 minutes remaining, just under 2 minutes, we've got a little frantic paddle here. For this wave, we've got 3 riders going for it. Looks like Tehotu Wong will be in the place for it. He's looking for this section to do something, but unfortunately does not cooperate. And he'll get back out there with 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Once again, the competition is not finished after this heat. We do have another expression session. Although it will look like there's a lot of people in the heat, it is not a free-for-all. So you do not have permission to paddle out because the event is still going on. Looking at our scores there, Keli Mamala in the top spot there. Live action Bullet looking to get another wave before this heat finishes up in 50 seconds, 50 seconds remaining on the clock. So after this heat, the stand-up final will launch into an expression session with an invitee list of its own. And looks like one last chance for a wave here. We've got 20 seconds on the clock. Noah Janala looking down the line here. It's going to have to bring this one into the beach. 5 seconds remaining. There we go. So that ends our stand-up final, and we've had an amazing day of competition today so far. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. We're going to say a big mahalo to you. Until our next day, we have competition coming up. We have one more day, a final day, where we'll take our top 16 riders from the team division, where they will meet in a final round, where we'll have 2 rounds, round 4 and round 5, and we'll hopefully be crowning a champion sometime soon. We're looking to this weekend, so keep with us and check online at thehuishootout.com and also the Waterman League. We hope to see you soon. But bid you a fond aloha. Up here with Kainoa McGee, who's in the water, but also with Kaipo Guerrero and Rocky Cannon. I'm Isaiah Walker. Aloha, mahalo. We'll see you soon.